All right. I will be starting soon. Just taking a moment to get everything set up. Trying to make sure that my audio is working properly. All right. That's sounding a little bit better. Oh, that's interesting. So when I ran that, I'm almost getting a background sound here. I'm going to take a moment to test this and see how this works out. Okay. So that's weird. I'm getting a weird sound coming back in through my headphones right now, even as I'm speaking. I guess that's fine. I guess the most important thing is that the sound going out is sounding okay. Let me adjust my noise cancellation. All right. Why? That's really strange. I'm going to have to play with that a little bit, see what is up with that. It's fine, I guess. I just have to make sure that I'm not I'm definitely not overly clipping or anything like that. Let me check my filters on my audio and let's hear how that sounds. So I'm assuming it's hmm? We'll bring that down just a tiny bit. We'll adjust that. All right. And what do we have? All right. That still sounds good. Even when I get loud, it's not clipping on the top end, so that works fine. All right. All right. Let me adjust this up a tiny bit and see. Oh, that's going to clip up there a little bit if I'm not careful. All right. That sounds a little bit better. All right. All right. Now let's see. Let's see how that looks on the back end here. All right. On the whole, I'm happy with that. So I think I'm about ready to start. So I think going forward, I'll start on the vertical end on YouTube to make sure that everything is lined up properly, and then we'll see where that goes from there. But in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and switch things over and get started on the other platform. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right. We're about to get started here and getting a weird kind of almost feedback loop. I'm going to have to try to figure that out, but I think my sound was coming out okay. All right. There we go. So I'm going to get started here. I mean, I'm getting a weird, almost staticky sound coming through. May have to investigate the cause of that. Not sure what's going on, but we'll figure that. Sounds okay though. So we'll see how it goes. All right. So tonight I have a few things that I'm planning to go through. First of all, the interface is a little bit different than what I normally have, and that is because I am trying out doing a vertical stream to YouTube and a normal horizontal stream to Kick. So if you are watching, you may want to, if you're on your phone, you may find the YouTube channel is the better place to go. If you're watching it on your PC, you may find that Kick or Twitch is the better place to go, depending on the platform you prefer. I think I might be on Rumble too. So if you happen to watch Rumble and you want to go there and enjoy it. So I have a few news items that I want to look at. There's just a few things that came up recently in my feed that I'd like to just uh, share some thoughts on. And then I want to go in. There's a demo for a game that I played at PAX. I played a small bit of it at PAX. It's called The Secret of Weepstone. And it seems kind of exciting. And the art style of it looked amazing to me. I like that old retro style look. I tried to mimic that retro style look in my own tabletop games. And so, yeah, I'm excited to play that. I'm also going to play some. I'm going to go back and play a little bit of Guild Wars this evening. I was thinking about Guild Wars reminds me a lot of Adventurers League, in that you have a player that you or a character you can kind of respec all the time. You can drop in and out of groups all you want, and it's kind of a fun thing. But let's take a moment here. I'm going to share my screen. I want to bring up a few things that I read recently, and I may sit down and watch a few videos as well to see what's going on with them. So let me take a quick look here. One of the things that I'm finding is I'm getting accustomed to the vertical screen format for the YouTube output. So we'll see how that looks. Sony and Tencent quietly agree confidential settlement as Horizon Zero Dawn clone game Light of Motiram disappears from Steam and the Epic Games Store. This posted just recently, and the article's by Vicky Blake, and this was on IGN. So Tencent's upcoming post-apocalyptic. I'm having a hard time speaking this evening. May make an adjustment, just a quick adjustment here. Poof, there we go. So I'll start that over again. Tencent's upcoming post-apocalyptic open-world adventure Light of Motiram, widely criticized for being a clone of Horizon Zero Dawn, has disappeared from Steam and the Epic Games Store. You may recall that Sony was suing Tencent over the project, which had officially dubbed a slavish Horizon Zero Dawn copy via copyright lawsuit filed in California court at the end of July. Sony's argument outlined numerous similarities and compared various marketing screenshots from both games as their description. There's a video here. Let's take a quick look at the video and see what they're saying about it. Oh, all right. I'm going to see if I make sure I don't blast out my audience with any video they have here. All right. So fortunately, that advertisement isn't getting picked up, but oh, but that is being picked up. So let's see. We'll let that ad play out, and then I'm going to bring in the audio for this and make sure that it's playing properly. All right. Let's see here. So, oh, all right. I see. So I won't be watching that video for IGN, but I am interested to see what did they have to say here. This says Light of Motoram. So this was the official reveal trailer. Let's try it on YouTube where I have paid to not see ads. Light of Motoram trailer. So what they're saying is that apparently Light of Motoram is seen as a clone of Horizon Zero Dawn. And so let's see what that is. So okay. Here's the let me So just looking at the images here, I mean that's clearly a Horizon Zero Dawn clone, right? Yeah, like they even called it out there that there's a direct comparison between the two. But let's see the official trailer and see what it says. And let me check to make sure that actually I'm just going to make a quick adjustment here and make sure that that's being captured properly. So you may see my screen go black for just a moment. If it does, that's fine. I'm just going to take a moment to correct this. And let me come down here and let's bring in, we'll bring in that one. And the window we want to capture is all right. We'll take that, bring that down. And I actually wouldn't mind taking it to full screen. So, okay, now let's get in. We'll take a look at this trailer and see if it really is as much like Horizon Zero Dawn as they say. And I want to make sure, I'm going to double check something here and make sure the sound's coming through properly. All right. So it sounds like that's coming through okay. So, okay, let's see. This, what I'm seeing here right away reminds me of the armor in Horizon Zero Dawn, the special armor you can unlock. All right. Post-apocalyptic world. I'm seeing robots. Giant robots. All right. Yeah. Okay. Does the main character have primitive technology and red hair? All right, the underground territories. This thing looks like the piece that Aloy has in her ear. Oh my God. Okay. She's got the same headpiece. A really similar outfit. Are you kidding me? The same bull, the flying creature. So this is like Horizon Forbidden West, yeah? I mean, so instead of the triangular earpiece being in her ear, the earpiece it's just a thing that floats around with her. You've got, okay. You've got the same glider, the hanging glider that you have in Forbidden West and in Pal World. Okay. You have underground spaces where there's like some kind of giant computer thing. I mean, come on. They didn't seriously intend this to be. They had to have known this is just a clone. She's even, I mean, she's got the same spear. She's got the, I mean, it looks awesome. It looks awesome. There's no question about that. I mean, I wouldn't, I would play this. I played the heck out of Horizon Zero Dawn, though. So, I mean, of course I would play this, but come on.
I had this dream where a god that blessed brought destruction. So why can't human beings kill God?
Cycle Experiment 5, 4000 AD. That's interesting. So this one has actual animals in it too. Well, I guess Horizon Zero Dawn had animals as well, but you had boars and such that you could hunt and eat. I mean, it like I said, it looks awesome, but I mean, there's no question that this is a Horizon Zero Dawn clone. That's kind of a cool effect, building the ladders up as you go. That's kind of neat. You're running with the bow on your, I mean, God. What's crazy about this is, you know, there are people that work in the studios, and I'm sure put a lot of time into this, and you know, poured effort into making this game, and they had to have known what was happening here. And it seems like they may have been able to do a few more variations, perhaps, and you know, made something like make it not quite so obvious that they're doing Horizon Zero Dawn. I'm wondering if there was just an expectation that that there would be a separation of audiences, right? Like maybe just the audience in China, or the audience in, I'll say in Asia, East Asia, is not the same as the audience that plays Horizon Zero Dawn. I can't imagine that there was that expectation, because Horizon Zero Dawn was such a huge game. But I mean, I can't think of any other reason why you would pour the money and the effort into putting this much into making what is basically a clone of a massive game. I mean, if you're going to put that much time and effort into it, and maybe they just put the time and effort into making a good trailer, but if you're going to put that much time into it, you'd think that a little bit more could go into making something just a little more original, you know? And I'm not saying originality doesn't take time and thought. Like the creative work is a fair bit of work, and it takes time and effort, but it's work that's happening at the same time, or at least leading up to this. There are so many good stories out there that you could pull from that are still exciting to play, that you like. Copying something that was that big, that popular, that early on, it just makes, or that soon after it came out, it just makes no sense to me. This is wild. This is, I mean, it's a beautiful game. Um, I completely understand.
Yet still you won't silence up. How much more resurgence do you need anyway?
Okay, all your base are belong to us. Fascinating localization there, but Light of Motoram. Yeah. Okay. I completely understand why why that lawsuit happened and why they've pulled it. I feel bad for any developers that were involved. It says Tencent quietly updated its Steam page and swapped out a number of screenshots, including the cover image, before responding to Sony's lawsuit by claiming it was only making use of well-trodden tropes and suggesting the PlayStation maker's own game was too similar to Enslaved Odyssey of the West. Oh, okay. I played Enslaved Odyssey to the West. There was no comparison between Horizon Zero Dawn and Enslaved Odyssey to the West. Come on. It says, indeed, Tencent hits back by describing Sony's lawsuit as an overreach, highlighting other game franchises with similar elements, such as Legend of Zelda and Far Cry. It's not just similar elements. Yeah, this is one of those things where, sometimes Ed Sheeran went to court, and while he was in court, he brought up a he brought up a he brought a guitar up onto the stand, and he played the same tune and sang a bunch of songs to show that a lot of these songs derive from the same riff. Okay, and that's fine, but it's understood. Bugs Life and Ants came out similar at the same time. Deep Impact and Armageddon came out similar, around the same time. This came out. If this had come out at the same time as Horizon Zero Dawn, it'd be a different issue. This came out like Horizon Zero Dawn came out, then Horizon Forbidden West, and then years later, this comes out, and it looks. I mean, it's just a ripoff. Come on. All right. So that's enough on that. That's wild. That is just wild to me. But they're well, good on them. So let's see what else is happening here. I see Claire Obscure Expedition 33 orchestral concert tour confirmed. The gigs will begin in France with international dates for to potentially follow. This is an article by Ali Shuttler. And let's see. The composer Lorien Testard has confirmed plans for an orchestral concert. Earlier this year, the Claire Obscure Expedition 33 soundtrack topped the Billboard Classics album, and a vinyl box set was confirmed. That's awesome. I love it. I hope they do go international with that. I would love to go see that concert. I think that would be a good time. Let's get this garbage off there. I think that would be fantastic. I like going to see Cirque du Soleil every time it comes around. There's actually another one coming up before too long here. I think I've seen 5 Cirque du Soleil shows. I love, up in the Seattle area, we get, cool stuff. So we get a lot of things like music concerts that are just video game music, like a Legend of Zelda concert, or a Undertale music concert. And so seeing that this is going to have a concert, that's sweet. I'll probably go see it. WNBA players overwhelmingly vote to authorize strike. WNBA players voted to authorize a strike this week as athletes and leagues continue to battle over a new collective bargaining agreement. What is this? So, in the original article, it looks like they're saying, let's see, the move does not necessarily mean a labor stoppage is coming, but it lets the union call a strike whenever it deems necessary. And so this is an article by Annie Costabile. And It says WNBA players voted to authorize a strike, and in a vote that included 93% participation, 98% voted to let the WNBPA executive committee call for a strike when necessary. And time and again, the players' thoughtful and reasonable approach has been met by the WNBA and its teams with resistance to change and a recommitment to the draconian provisions that have unfairly restricted players for nearly 3 decades. And it's funny because I know that some people like getting in there and complaining about what athletes make to basically do a sport, but they entertain us. And I often agree with the thing that I remember Ronda Rousey said this years ago, that part of why she made the money she did is because she put butts in the seats, right? She made people come to see the show. The fact is, they're starting to get butts in the seats, and those seats are getting more expensive. Let me find it. I did some searching last year on this very topic, and I pulled together a video. I ended up I never published it, but I pulled together a video, and I'm happy to bring up what I saw in that video, and it was basically the local team, which is the Seattle Storm. I looked up a couple of things about Caitlin Clark because Caitlin Clark was in the news, and the Seattle Storm started appearing. Advertisements for the Seattle Storm started appearing in my feed, and the thing that I noticed about it that was a little crazy was that one, I didn't know who the Seattle Storm was. I didn't know that was the name of my local team, right? And so, but that's fine. I mean, not everybody follows everything. But as I looked at it, I saw, oh, I could get some. At first I looked at the Seattle Storm versus the Indiana Fever tickets, I think. And I remember thinking, man, those tickets are kind of expensive. So I took a look at the Seattle Storm versus another team, and they weren't that expensive at all. And so I started kind of investigating this a little bit. Let me switch something up here and see. So window. Okay. So let me see if I can bring this up here. I've got two screens operating at the same time. So let me see if I can make this reasonably visible and easy to see. So here's the stadium, right? And these are the seats that you can pick from. And as I was going through these, I took a look at it and I saw, all right, I'm going to zoom in here a bit just so that it's really easy to spot what's going on. It might be a little bit blurry, but we'll see what we can do. So I see here, when I looked at these, let's see, I saw $516 for section 132. So that's this section right here. And the seats were $516, all right? And now if I continued on and I saw Seattle Storm tickets, and I saw Climate Pledge Arena, Seattle Storm versus Indiana Fever, right? August 3rd was the date. So if I wanted to find tickets, in that event, the event had already started. So if I wanted to find tickets, I would see that, all right, here's the Seattle Storm versus the Minnesota Lynx. And these are some decent seats right here. They're not great, but they're decent. And I'm seeing $31, $32, $33 each, right? They're right over here on the right-hand side. There, I was seeing those prices. So now, if I continue on in that video, in fact, if I want to get down, these are almost courtside seats, right? I'd see $292 per ticket, right? If I came over here to the opposite side and I looked there and I saw courtside, like third row back from the court, $299. So about $300 per ticket. Not bad, right? So now let's continue on. I wanted to see the next game against the Indiana Fever. Now, keep in mind, this is at a time when Caitlin Clark was injured. So she would be there, but she wasn't actually going to be playing. And this is what I see. So I go into there and take a look. A seat up here in the middle. All right, let's see. A seat up here in the middle was I pulled this up from a video, so let me see. All right, let me go back on that a second because I know I've got it here. Let me see what it says. So when I pick these areas, these sections, if I looked at here was the Minnesota Lynx versus the Indiana Fever. So I was looking at the Minnesota Lynx versus Seattle Storm, and we were seeing like 200 for sitting right up there on the court side, and they were like 30 something if you were up in the stands, right? Now here I see the Minnesota Lynx versus Indiana Fever, section 132, the same section that I was seeing just a moment ago, except now it's $516 per seat. The difference between the two was they're playing against the Indiana Fever at a time when Caitlin Clark is not playing. Like, that's wild to me. So let's keep going. Seattle Storm versus Minnesota Lynx. So here's we saw those seats already. Let's see, there were no seats available. But if I took those and you look over at the right, what did you see? $31 for like section 102. Okay. And let's continue on. Let's pick different teams. I thought, well, maybe it's just a difference between a few of these specific teams. So here's the Minnesota Lynx versus the Washington Mystics. And this is, section 129, which is over there at the edge, was what? 100? Okay, not bad. And if I wanted to look at, those, and then section 111, I think I see 194 there. Okay. So let's go back into here. And that was the Minnesota Lynx versus the Washington Mystics. So now let's look at the Minnesota Lynx versus the Indiana Fever. And I want to get approximately the same area, right? Now, if I look at in what was previously saying section 129 was, between 100 and 200. Here it's saying section 227, way up here at the top, is $200. If I continue on and I want to look at section 130, all right, what do I see? Section 130, $628 because they're playing against the Fever. Okay. What else do I see? Let's continue on here. Section 132. I think this is what, $516? Yeah, against the Fever. So it seems like the Fever goes in and the price triples. Okay. And that's that Caitlin Clark effect. And again, this is at a time when Caitlin Clark wasn't even playing. Caitlin Clark was injured. I can pick any team here. So the Atlanta Dream versus the Dallas Wings. All right. Atlanta Dream versus the Dallas Wings. I'm looking at section 114. Okay. And when I look at that, I see what? $181? All right. $181. Okay. Now, keep that in mind. Atlanta Dream versus Dallas Wings, section 114 was $181. Now, let me continue on. All right. Now I want to see. Actually, this shows what my ignorance was. I remember this now. I think when I was looking at the tickets and I wanted to look at the Indiana Fever, I wasn't seeing Indiana playing against them because this shows what I know about who plays what there. But let's continue on a little bit. Actually, here we go. Atlanta Dream tickets. Okay, here we go. This will make the point I was trying to make a little bit more understandable. All right. So Phoenix Mercury versus the Connecticut Sun. Section 111, which is right up here, okay, was $23. Okay. Section 107 back here, $26. All right, not bad. Under $30. If I look at section 114, though, let's take a quick look. Section 114. Oh, decent tickets, near center court, $107. Okay, not bad. All right. Near courtside tickets right there. What do we have? $267. Wait, hold on. There we go. I want to make sure that people on the vertical video can see this. So let me go back here. This was the Phoenix Mercury versus the Connecticut Sun. Okay. Mid court, decent seat, section 114, $201. Oh, like third row back, almost courtside, $267. Okay. That's the Phoenix Mercury versus the Connecticut Sun. Now let's continue on. Oh, wait, opposite side. Again, right behind the scorers, $210. All right. Now let's continue on and let's look at the Phoenix Mercury versus the Indiana Fever. And when I look at those, I see those seats that were $738. If I want to come down here to the near courtside seats right behind the scorer, let's see. Actually, did I get a snap of the courtsides themselves? Okay, a courtside seat, $1,091. All right. The difference between the two, it's the Phoenix Mercury in both games. It's at the Phoenix Mercury's location. The only difference between the two is in one, they're playing the Fever. They're not even playing Caitlin Clark in the Fever. They're playing against the Fever because Caitlin Clark was injured at the time. But people, $3,690 against the Fever. So, what does this say? This says that things are moving up. Now, a cynical person could look at this and say, let me go back. Okay. Now, a cynical person could look at this and say, well, that's just Caitlin Clark has been making the money. Caitlin Clark has been putting the butts in the seats. So Caitlin Clark should make more money. But here's the reality. The games they're aggressive. They're interesting to watch. People care about it. People are complaining about the refs. Okay. If people didn't care about the game, they wouldn't care that the players are getting the snot beaten out of them and the refs aren't doing anything about it, right? And so there seems to be a big calling. The game is becoming more popular. And if you want to get people to stay in the game and elevate the game, pay them. So I think normally I'm hesitant to go in, if the NBA was going on strike right now, I would not have this same reaction. This WNBA going on strike seems a lot to me like early baseball, where they were just getting abused, and so I think it's great. I hope they get in there and kick butt. One of the things that I'm going to do this year, because I want to be able to get those Seattle Storm tickets while they're still cheap and to actually care about the game. At some point this year, I'm going to pick up the NBA 2K game, either 25 or 26, and play through a season as the Seattle Storm. I did this years ago when I was in the Navy. I didn't know anything about hockey, but I got NHL 2001, and one of the things I found was in NHL 2001, I played as the Mighty Ducks, so I played through multiple seasons as the Mighty Ducks, and I couldn't tell you anything about any of the modern hockey teams, but I can tell you that Teemu Selanne was the inaugural winner of the Maurice Rocket Richard Trophy for the most scores on goal in a season. And I know this because I heard the commentators say it over and over and over again. And I can tell you all about that starting lineup from that year, from Guy Hebert to Paul Kariya to Tverdovsky to Teemu Selanne. I don't know much about hockey today, but I know about that team at that time. And I often encourage people, if you want to get into a sport and you need to get into it quickly, pick up the video game, pick up the EA Sports game, pick up the 2K game, and play through a season as the team that you care about. If you do that, one, you're going to learn the rules of the game. Like I learned what offsides was. I learned what the two line pass was. I learned so many of the rules of hockey. I can speak intelligibly about the rules of hockey now, based on playing through that season. And if you play through a season in as the team that you want to learn about, let's say you move to a new place, you want to learn about that team, you can do it. Just go in, play through a season. The commentators are going to tell you everything about every one of the players, and you're going to hear it over and over again. You're going to get so sick of hearing about it, but you'll learn the team. So I'm going to do that. I want to do that with the Seattle Storm. I couldn't tell you the name of a single player in the Seattle Storm, but that's okay. That's okay. The fact that I know that the team's name is the Seattle Storm is a consequence of how much the WNBA has become elevated. Because I don't follow a lot of sports, but I'm aware of this one, and it's partly because of that whole team: Caitlin Clark, Sophie Cunningham, like the Boston, the team in Indiana, of course, is the one that we're hearing about. But I think the WNBA, if they pay the players, and the players, if there's more excitement around the players, right? And the players get in there and they clean up the game a little bit, get better referees, that this has the potential to be really, really, really big. And so I hope they do it. I hope they do it. Good luck to you. Go forth. Dominate. All right. What else is going on? Hideo Kojima says, watch the OD teaser trailer 100 times and you'll get a big hint about what his new horror game actually is. I can't say anything else. Uh, do I want to watch this trailer? OD Knock teaser trailer. Let's give it a look and see. Hold on. All right. Card being pushed through. Doors within doors. Nope. Light the fires to celebrate. There. Making a quick adjustment here so that this can be seen. There we go. Okay. This looks fantastic. Just like the darkness in the room, reflections on the window. God, this looks so good. The double reflections from the two pane windows. That's such a nice small detail. Wow. Creepy, creepy. Worms. The baby candles thing is a little weird to me. You can hear the door opening. What are you doing? There's someone behind you, obviously. OD, not a Hideo Kojima game. Okay. Um, not my bag. Not my bag. But that's okay. It's other people's. I don't do the horror games too much. I was never much of a Resident Evil guy, but he says watch it 100 times and you'll get a big hint about what the new horror game actually is. So if you're confused about what OD is, as everyone else is, then director Hideo Kojima has a message for you. He won't say it outright, but if you watch the teaser trailer 100 times, you may get a big hint. This is by George Young. And yeah, it seems all right. It looks, I mean, the graphics on it look amazing. What looks amazing to me about it is it looks like it's it looks, the room looked dusty. It looked like it had dust in the air, right? So that's always cool. But yeah, that seems fine. That seems fine. What else? What else is coming up? The Indie Game Awards rescind Claire Obscure's Game of the Year win over the use of generative AI. The RPG originally launched with AI generated background assets before a patch removed them. This is an article by Austin Manchester. And so apparently, it took home Game of the Year and debut game honors at the Indie Game Awards on Thursday. But the teams at developer Sandfall Interactive and publisher Kepler Interactive couldn't celebrate for long. On Saturday, the Indie Game Awards retracted their honor due to the inclusion of generative AI assets at launch that were quickly patched out. Yeah, that's something that we're going to see for a while. I don't know if it will go forever, but I think I have mixed feelings about the AI thing. So obviously, I don't like it taking food out of artists' mouths, and I think I would like to see artists continuing to be able to make money and produce their art and so on. At the same time, a lot of, like, even a lot of artists today, they use YouTube, and YouTube built its foundation on the back of pirating copyrighted material. From 2005 to 2010, you could get whole movies on YouTube, and people were just uploading everything. And then eventually they pared back. They got some copyright protection. They sometimes issue copyright strikes on virtually anything. So they swung hard in the other direction. But the popularity, a large part of that popularity came from copyrighted content being used without compensation. They got sued. They paid money out in a lawsuit, and we're seeing the AI companies. They're getting sued. They're paying money out in lawsuits. But I think the if we're going to continue to see an ongoing use of AI, and we've seen this before. We saw it with when radio became a new form of entertainment. People in the 1800s played instruments. That's how they entertain themselves. They sit on the porch and play songs and sing, and that kind of went away after a while. But the world's a better place for having radio, and you saw it with television. You saw it with the impact that television had on theater, the impact that things like Kai's power tools had on photography. People would look at Kai's power tools and it's like, well, that doesn't take any skill. You can just apply it. You can apply a set of filters to something rather than needing to replicate that in your photography. That's true. That's true. And yet we're further along now. So um, I still there is a part of me that deep down I don't care for the use of AI for final products. Definitely for final products. For ideation, I'm less hardline than most people. Like I have behind me bookshelves filled with books, that just art books, that I go through, and when I'm coming up with ideas for things for an RPG that I'm writing and I'm creating the artwork for it, I'll flip through the art books and I'll look through and just pen in some notes about some things that I like the way the depth of field worked on this image. I like the way the composition was. I like the way they used almost a fisheye lens on this. And I make some notes on those things. And then I'll go in, I'll produce my own work. And then based on that work, based on those notes, I went through ideation. Now, do I owe something to do I need to compensate the people who own the art or who published the art books that I use? No. And I don't think anybody would ever claim that you should. If I did that with 1,000 art books, with 1,000,000 art books, and I took the ideation that came from that and put it into my own work, again, I don't think anybody would say that you need to compensate them for that. So when it comes to the use of the AI, I do think that the companies that took the product and trained their models on it, maybe there needs to be some compensation there. Maybe there needs to be some discovery. And it's like, okay, we used your work as part of the training of this model. And as a result of that, you'll be compensated for it. But I think that will eventually come. And I think when it does come, a lot of the argument goes away though. And then it's just, do you want to buy AI artwork? I make CG artwork, and I know for a fact there are people who don't like the work that I do, and I know for a fact there are people who do. And like everything I do is computer generated. I have models. I always say I don't have to feed my models, and they hold still. But I'm not going to a blank canvas, sketching something in and then painting it. I'm not doing the Larry Elmore. I'm not taking colored pencils like Charles Urbach to something and drawing every individual line. What I'm doing is more like photography, but I just have models that hold still for me, and then I can shape however I want. And I know that there are people that don't like my work, and I know that if I go to conventions, I can get commissions though of people that they describe to me their character, and I can give them 3 or 4 images of their character based upon the description because I work in CG. So I can set up the model of their character very quickly and then give them multiple poses, multiple camera angles, give them a variety of things. And so that has allowed me to work faster. Now, are there people that'll go a step further and just use an AI prompt? Yeah, people are going to do that. Um, I'm not going to put it in my work. At least I'm not at a place where I'm ready to do that yet. I don't know that I ever will be. in terms of the artwork. Um, but maybe I don't necessarily begrudge companies that use AI as part of their ideation process. If it's in their final product, well, you spend your money, you vote with your money. But for the ideation, I don't mind it so much. And so let's see here. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 director defends Larian over AI shitstorm, says it's time to face reality. Let's see, what's he saying? Bemoaning the long production times for Kingdom Come Deliverance and Deliverance 2, Daniel Vavra labels the recent Larian outrage as AI hysteria. This is an article by Jamie Hoare at PC Games. We've already seen the head of a studio responsible for one of the best RPGs ever get caught up in an AI-related tornado this week, and now another has entered the vortex, following comments made by Larian Studios CEO about how the company lets employees use AI. There's been a barrage of criticism thrown its way online. Now the co-founder of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 maker Warhorse has come to Larian's defense, suggesting that the studio didn't deserve the insanely crazy shitstorm that the AI-powered game development is inevitable in the future. Yeah, I think they're right. I think we're going to see more of that. I don't care to see. I don't care to see people losing their jobs. I don't care to see people um, losing the creative outlet that it provides. But I think one of the things that's going to happen is we are going to see the very top artists continuing to do well. The best artists, the most prolific artists, I think, are going to continue to do well. They're going to take a hit though initially because there's a lot of cheap slop out there that it's easy for the AI um, to generate, and I'm sympathetic to that. And again, that's why I make a conscious choice in my own like the tabletop games that I write and the tabletop games that I do the artwork for. I make a conscious effort to not use AI for those. Um, though I'll be candid. I will use AI if I need to organize a lot of data. So, for example, let's get this off my screen. If, for example, if I need to um, take an enormous amount of data about a scene or about a planned structure that I have for one of my modules, I will sometimes take the documentation that I've written, put it into an AI model, and have it organize a few things for me. And really, what I'm looking for there is so, for example, let's say I want to do a series of modules. I know that I want to have a common theme for them, and I want to have a common set of magic items, and I want the magic items to align to a certain city, and based on groups within that city, I want that alignment to take place. So I do a certain degree of research. I pull the information in, I put those documents in to the AI, and I say, give me a crosswalk of the based on this theme of the magic items that I've listed and the cities they could potentially be found in, and give me a what your rationale would be for that crosswalk. And it doesn't. Often I find I see it in thirds. What I'll see is I'll get some of it, it's spot on. It's exactly what I thought it was going to be. Some of it, about a third of it, is way off base, and I think it's just completely wrong. And then about a third of it is, oh, I hadn't thought about that. And so that placement of that magic item at that city, that's something that makes sense. I'll go ahead and I'll make a note of that and then move on. I find it useful for that. I find it useful for research, especially if you have to tie in what you're doing to a pre-existing world. Being able to put in thousands of pages or to put in a lot of documentation that I've written over time and to have it keep track of those things for me. I think George R. R. Martin would probably do well. George R. R. Martin writes such complex narratives that has a variety of cities and history of people that goes back multiple generations. I suspect his writing process would be accelerated if he could take the information that he puts in and call out. It's like, okay, is anything that I've written here inconsistent with something that I've written in the past? If it is, if the AI can tell him, yes, you shouldn't have said that this character did this because that doesn't make sense because of that might not make sense because of something that happened with that character's grandmother or something that he may have just forgotten about, right? So as you're dealing with more and more complex stories, I can see AI being used for that. Should you be writing in prompts, having it spit out artwork, and you publish that artwork as part of your product? No, I don't think so. But we'll see. We'll see how this comes along. There's definitely a strong pushback against it now, and I can understand the pushback, and I agree in part in spirit with it, but I can see the tension. I can see I have very close friends who produce artwork who their lives are going to be directly affected by the use of AI, particularly for the smaller projects they could have gotten. And I have close friends who work in tech, and their lives are going to be dramatically affected by the additional efficiencies that AI is going to create for them. And I have to look at both of these friends and say, you're both experiencing the same thing in a different way. Um, and so I generally I don't talk about it too much, but this is something that I see. I'm going to pay close attention to what's happening with it, but I'm sympathetic to both of their viewpoints on it. All right. So there are those. I think those are the major news things that I was wanting to cover today of what's going on. So I did want to take. I'm going to take a little bit of time. There's a Sokoban game. So there's a an Order of the Sinking Star um, Reddit group, and there's a Sokoban game that one of the people in the group called out. There are actually a few, so I'm very interested in giving these a try. And it looks like this was the math department at Washington, at the University of Washington, actually has Heroes of Sokoban. So I want to take a moment. I want to actually play through a little bit of this because this just seems kind of fun. If you're interested in playing it, I would encourage. Let's see here. Let me adjust my screen a bit. There we go. I would encourage you to go ahead and yeah, here we go. Here we go. Wait. Yes. Nice. Nice. So I'm waiting every day. Every day I come in here. This is how I know I'm going to be successful as a streamer, right? Because every day I come in here, I start streaming. I get two things. I get the person that comes in and says, I can share your stream in a Kik community to help get you followers and viewers. And they say, just add me on Discord, right? So there's that group. There's the group that comes in. I'm surprised they're not in yet today, but there's the group that comes in and advertises view bots to me. And those guys are amazing. I'm never going to buy them, but I welcome them every time they come in and chat, right? And it's like, good on you. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Although maybe I'm far enough along that they're not going to advertise U-bots to me anymore. That's a milestone. That's a huge milestone. I feel like I'm growing within the streaming community by not having viewbotters trying to get me. So let's see. Heroes of Sokoban by Jonah Ostroff. Let's play a new game. I played a little bit earlier, and it seems to remember my game, but let's play a new game. So this is good. Let me bring this up here so that it's easy to see. This is good instructional design. Now, instructional design is my background, and so I always love when I can see what people are doing to train people on their products to start them early and build them up to be able to to use their product. So it says walk to the exit. I push X button to continue. Let's see here. Boom. Oh, look at it. That's a nice and easy puzzle there, right? I walk over to the exit. Boom, I'm done. I finished it. Yay. All right. So now the red warrior pushes blocks. All right, so I can push blocks. So let's take a look here. Let's go oh, I need to reset because I did it wrong. That's okay. So there, and then I can push here, and then I can push there, 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 and there, and I made it out. Hold down switches to open doors. All right, so let's push X to continue. All right, so I can push that switch, and that opens the door, and that lets me go through. All right, now press multiple switches at once. All right, so now there's 3 switches here, so I got to figure out how to complete these. And this, I suspect this is going to be kind of an easy one. Let's make sure I don't screw this up. There we go. Maybe I didn't screw it up too bad. There we go. And that opened the door and lets me through. Good. I love these old games. Let's see here. So here. Oh, the green character pulls. So I have to pull back and there and there. All right. Oh, there. Okay. All right. Now let's see what else there's. That here's a Sogoban. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Getting started. All right. Okay. Not bad. All right. So again, the green character pulls. Now, if I remember right, I think the first time I tried this, I did the stupid thing of walking right over to it. So this one, the things are sticky. So if you're right up against it, it automatically pulls, and that can be a problem for you, right? And so there, and let's see. So I can go there, and then I got to think about this for a second. All right. And there. Let's see. Let me play around with this. I just kicked the idea around for a moment. There we go. All right. Blue wizards teleport to blocks. All right. So here, when I move toward a block, he teleports. If I move away, he doesn't. Right? So I can go there, for example. Now the problem is, let's see, I can go to there, but now when I want to go back, I can't, right? So I can go to there. All right. There we go. All right, that did it. So now I think I can go there and then, oh, there. There. All right. There. 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 Good. There. Got it. All right. There we go. So now what's nice is that, again, this is good. I saw this with Braid. I suspect we're going to see this with Order of the Sinking Star. They give you the same stage with different characters, so you have to solve the same problems in different ways. Let's see. There. There we go. Gotcha. All right. All right. So, boom. All right. All right. So, I go to there. There. Got it. All right. All right. Press action to switch heroes. Okay. So there's the X button is the action button. So this lets me switch heroes. So let's see. So here the red one pushes, the blue one teleports. So I can switch it. So here the red one does that. The blue one steps there. The red one goes there, and then the blue one goes out. All right, that was pretty easy. Heroes can move each other. Oh, look at that. All right. So the green one pulls and the blue one teleports. So the green one, I think I can go up here. All right. And then the green one pulls. There we go. All right. And then the blue one teleports, and the green one can pull. Oh, and then the green one can pull back here. There we go. And then the blue one teleports. The green one can't pull that one. So let's take a look. What can I do? Okay, I got to get the green one in there. The blue one comes back here. And the blue one can swap places with green. So when I use the green one to pull this up here, now I can take the blue one down here, swap him out. All right, there we go. That's better. All right, so now let's see. Green one pulls and red one pushes. Red one pushes out to there. Green one pulls down to here. Green one steps back. Red one pushes down. Green one grabs. Okay. All right, I'm following this a bit. Switch to the green, get him safely up there. And then he'll pull back to there. But okay, now I got the green one out of that room. So now what do we have? I like these because so far from what I've seen, none of these require a very, very specific tight. You must get this exact combination of moves. There are multiple options. You can play with it and figure it out. And that's, for me, that's where a lot of the fun comes in. So I can take my green one. I can pull this out. Let's take the red one, go in here. The green one can step up. The red one can grab that. Right. Green one goes to here. We'll do the same thing, basically what we did down there. And that is the green one comes up and then he's down. Okay, so now I've cleared that out. So I have two of them that are cleared out. And in fact, well, we'll see. I don't know if I necessarily need to do anything else with that. But I think if I take the red guy up here and I'm going to use the green one to pull that back. And then let's use that might be bad. Let's see. I got to think about this for a second before, doggone it. I might have gotten myself stuck, but we'll see. Let's see what I can do here. If the green one grabs, yeah, I got myself stuck. I got to redo it. Doggone it. Hate when that happens, but it's okay because we can go back and play around with it, see what we come up with. Get you up there, boom, there. All right, now I have the green one, grab that, pull that back. Green guy goes up here. Pull it up. Move over. Oh, oh, I see it. Move over there. Push. Come back here. Green one. We'll pull back and pull it down. Okay. Now, ultimately, what I need to do is I need to get one of them up here into the corner. So what's the best way to go about that? Let's see. If I... It seems like the simplest way is literally just select the green one, pull him over here, take the red one, push him to there, push up. That's done. All right. And then I think there. I think the red one has to go in first because when the green one gets down here, he's going to end up pulling that and blocking the door. Okay, very good. So now let's see. I have 2 here. So, okay. So that makes that door go. And I've got to get both of these doors to go. So I think if I come here and then I do a swap, and then you come down here, and then you come grab this, pull it to there, and the bottom guy does the swap. Then the bottom guy can leave. All right, I got to think about this for a second. There. Swap. You go to there, and then you can go to there. Good, we got it. All right. So then let's see. The next one is you come down here. No. You come down here. You swap. Come over here. You swap. You come up there. And then you can... All right. So I have to... Okay, that's fine. You can push this to here. Then when you swap, you go up and then you go down. All right. Golden. All right. Oh, okay. Now I got to get people out of there. So the green can pull the red out. Blue can swap. Well, if blue can swap, let's see. Let me think about this for a second. If blue can swap, blue can swap with that. Then swap with green. And then swap with red. The green can go to here. Red can go to here. Then blue swap. Blue can go over to here. Then green can go to here. Then red can go to here. Okay. Yeah, the trick there was you had to do some double swapping. All right. Let's see. Red, green, blue. There's a blue gate there. There's a... Let's see. So the green is going to probably have to pull. The blue is probably going to have to swap to get it into there. Let's take a look. So green goes to there. Blue will go up to here. Green will go to here. And if I think red will need to stay in there because ultimately red's going to have to push into there. Okay, so let's try this. If green goes up here, if blue does a swap, and then green comes down, and then blue does a swap and steps out of the way, And then green comes over to here and gets out of the way. And then blue goes to there. And green comes up here next to blue. Blue does a swap again. Green pulls it over. Red pushes down. Now, blue comes in, swaps in, because blue's the hardest one to manage in terms of movement. And so then green must go last. Red needs to go in because green's going to pull the rock in behind him like that. And no. I was wrong about green must go last. And I think I screwed up the puzzle. So I need to reset it. But now I think I understand what I have to do. And I think this will be my last one because I want to get into Legend of Weepstone soon, or The Secret of Weepstone. That one seems exciting. I'm excited to give it a try. So green gets out of the way. Oh, blue is going to go up to here. Green is going to go over to here. Blue swaps. Green pulls. Blue swaps. Gets out the way. Green pulls. Green goes to there. Blue swaps. Green pulls. Red pushes. I think I need to get red up to here. Green pulls, then gets out the way. Red pushes. And there we go. Now, red can go down here, giving blue someone to swap with. Green goes to there. Red will push blue. Green will just green will pull blue up and then get out the way. Blue will run in. Then green runs in. And then red runs in. Yay, and we finished it. All right. So I'll play some more of this later, but you get the idea of the game. It's kind of fun. It's a pleasant game. This is the type of thing that I think Order of the Sinking Star is going to be like, and I'm kind of excited about it. So I would encourage you to get out there and play it. But this is a fun game. Let me grab the. This is at math.washington.edu. If you look at Ostroff is the site, puzzles, Heroes of Sokoban. If you just look up Heroes of Sokoban, you'll find this. And it's kind of fun. It's a good game. Looking forward to playing more of it. Really, really looking forward to Order of the Sinking Star. All right. And yeah, there we go. So on Twitch, apparently there's a site that I can get cheap viewers to come view my channel rather than actually having people interested in what I'm doing. Yeah, for the people who like that kind of thing, go forth and do likewise. But for me, I don't think I'm planning on buying any kind of viewers anytime soon. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take a short break. It's a little after 7, so I'm going to take a short break. And when I get back, we're going to do some Secret of Weepstone. I played a little bit of the demo at PAX. I'm excited to play a little more and see how it plays. Oh, it took too long. I'm gonna have to go in and uh, make an adjustment to that be right back video. And instead of using a timer, I think I might just make it be a continuous thing, and the thing can take as long as I need. I don't want to. I do like the pressure that it gives me to get back here and get back here quickly and not take too long of a break. Because I don't want to be one of those people that just gets up and walks away, and especially gets up, walks away, and lets something just play while they're gone. That's not me. But but anyway, so I am back. I was talking to one of my family members. I'm gonna share a suggestion here, and this is something that feel free to steal this idea if you need to. If you don't know what you want to get somebody for Christmas, and they don't know what they want to get you, but you both know that you want to get something for each other, here's what you do. You buy something for yourself. They buy something for themselves. Okay? Wrap those things up. And then on Christmas Day, you exchange them and you open up the gift they bought for themselves and find out what you bought them. And they open up the gift that you bought for yourself and they find out what they bought you. And then you give them back. And everybody got what they wanted and everybody got a surprise. Like and subscribe for more ideas like that. So anyway, so The Secret of Weepstone. I'm excited about this. I played this demo at PAX West this year, and let me get it up on the screen here. So give this just a moment to get settled in. Oh, let me adjust that volume down a bit. So that's a little bit louder than I initially anticipated, but that's okay. All right. So yeah, here we are. This is The Secret of Weepstone. This game has an old school D&D feel. Hang on. So an annoying thing about this is I go from being like super loud background music to dead. Let me double check this, make sure everything's working right. Oh, that's why. I forgot to turn on the compressor for when I'm talking. So there we go. All right. So now when I come up here, I can turn the volume up a little bit. But when I speak, let's see, not quite right. I want to make sure I got this right because I've had a few times here where I've sat down to play and I find that the, let's see, set this to 200. That's fine. All right. All right. Oh, that's why I was on the wrong one. All right. So now, yeah, there we go. So now when I speak, the volume goes down very nicely. Okay, very good. Let me double check that real quick and then we'll see if that works. All right. Let me get the sound levels right. Okay, I think that's going to be okay. Okay, now the volume is up there, and that'll pull it down a bit. Okay, I think that'll be all right. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully it goes okay, because I want to make sure that you can hear everything okay. So this is The Secret of Weepstone, and this game has an old school D&D style to it, and you'll see a lot of that in the overall aesthetic. That it has everything looks hand drawn, even the parts where there's 3D rendering going on. It's hand drawn. I spoke to the developer of this game at PAX West, and we had a really good conversation. I got to learn a little bit about what he likes in the games. One of the things he likes is characters dying, and so there are ways that characters can die. But my understanding is there's a component where if your character dies, there are things that your character can do, that the death of that character can do to help the rest of the party. So let's see how this goes. I'm gonna take a moment. We'll click over here, and I'm gonna select New Game.
Nestled in the shadow of its imposing, now abandoned keep, sits the dwindling riverside village of Weepstone. But things were not always so. For in times gone by, a man from the east, known only as Rahl, grew to power, waging a relentless campaign westward. After crossing the mountains into the kingdom of Talesworth, he established his seat of power and constructed a stronghold from which to oversee his lands. He called this stronghold Weepstone Keep. Many wondered what compelled this mysterious and seemingly unstoppable warrior to end his bloody campaign in this place. But the years were good to Weepstone and its people, their harvests unfailingly robust, and their industries the envy of neighbors both near and far. However, Rahl would not live forever, and upon his death, his lands passed to his eldest son, Byron, and thus began the troubled times. Long past are the seasons of plenty for Weepstone and its people, whose fields now sit barren, the people forsaken by the good fortunes they once took for granted. To the astonishment of many, Byron abandoned Weepstone Keep for a modest manor on a hill near the town, and forbade anyone to return to its halls.
I love this art style.
Now the town barely survives, mostly as an unwelcome stop along a trade route used by merchants too impatient to travel the hospitable roads of the south. Only the trapped or the desperate continue to call this bleak place their home. Our story begins here, on a night of ill omen, as the people of Weepstone have been called to the tavern for reasons unknown.
So I'm usually not a fan of a big narration at the front, but this one isn't. It's not bad.
Good people of Weepstone, I've summoned you here to discuss a matter of grave importance. My brother and your lord, Byron, has fallen ill.
This is Oswald. Lord Byron has fallen ill. So, yeah, I didn't want to necessarily talk over what they were saying, but generally I don't care for having too much exposition at the start. This one is not bad. They gave a little bit. The character Rahl came, was a conqueror, came here, created this city. Rahl died. Byron took over. Things went bad. Okay, so here I have several people here that I can speak to. So I click to continue.
Rarely conscious. His nights are fraught with fevered dreams and terrible nightmares. The healers know not what ails him.
And this is often, your adventure starts in a tavern. That's what we're seeing here.
In his half-waking state, he mumbles incoherently of Weepstone Keep, the castle that our father built, our childhood home. I can only hope that it is there where answers may lie.
So we have to go into Weepstone Keep, which is where the father Rahl originally lived and built.
Are there any among you willing to delve into that forsaken place to find the source of Byron's torment? I will not lie. There is undoubtedly great danger waiting for any who venture there, in the form of both man and beast.
So the background sounds here, of the bar here, reminds me of what you'd see like in old Ralph Bakshi films, where he would actually go down to a bar, put a recorder down, and just let it play, and you'd hear plates and people speaking and so on.
While the
continue.
keep and its contents have been forbidden since our exile, I hereby decree that any brave enough to take on this task may enter, explore, and importantly, keep what they may find within its walls.
Oh, okay. So why is everybody looking at me
Who
here?
among you will take up this duty? I need 6 volunteers. Please, I would rather not have my hand forced to choose.
Okay, so I need 6 volunteers. And so what I'm seeing here is there's a bunch of people here. So if I look from left to right, there are people here. They're looking at me. I see a guy there on the right side that has a sign that says the end is near. That's hilarious. So if I select them, let's pick this first one here. So if I select him, this first one that I chose was the kid. And the kid, no one's sure where the kid is from. He's never spoken a word to anyone. Only those new to town would be unwise enough to leave anything valuable unattended when he's nearby. And so, let's see. I'll select the kid. There's some interesting people over here. Is this a bard? Let's see. Castling Quinn, once known as the Songbird of Trent, or Kaelin, rather, not Castling. Kaelin's promising career as a bard was tragically derailed when she shattered her fretting hand in a bar fight and was forced to resentfully seek out less discerning audiences. So now I see this character. I can say volunteer, but this character is unavailable in the demo. But this is a halfling. So there probably are different classes and different things you can get from the classes. This character is a magic user. So this looks like this might be old school D&D classes. So Ebba Ecclestone. Ebba is beloved by all who know her, and in the minds of many could do no wrong. That was until she fed spoiled oats to Lord Byron's favorite mare, killing the beast and losing her the job as a stable hand. And so, yeah, again, this one that I can't choose. So if you go through these, you can see each one of these people just has a horrible backstory, which is great. Starla Beverly. Starla has known the day she would die since she was a child. At least that's what her cultist parents taught her. She ran away to avoid being their ritual sacrifice and maybe avoid her fate. So I'm going to choose her. So this one will volunteer.
Beyond me to make this choice. This path has already been chosen for me.
Ah, very good. All right. And I guess they can back out if you want to change your choice. So the kid says nothing. The next one, Tugger Barnes. Tugger looks rough for whatever age. This one can't volunteer, so I'm not going to go into it much. But this one is a thief character. Tatum Harlow is a fighter. It would be easy to write Tatum off as a moron if it weren't for the fact that occasionally he's shockingly smart. However, the townsfolk have generally decided that every village needs an idiot, and sometimes they volunteer. So his title is the Village Idiot. This is hilarious.
Okay. What's a keep?
What's a keep? Very good. All right, the next one, Della Graham. In her youth, Della was a housekeeper for Lord Byron's father, Rawl, at Weepstone Keep. She now spends her time gardening with her husband Egbert and is known affectionately as Ma Della to the children of the town. So she volunteers.
Although
So something interesting
I'm
happened
not
there.
as young as I once was, but maybe my years at the keep will be of some help.
Where you go, I go. I love. You know that.
So something interesting happened there. When I selected her, he automatically got selected. So he once served as a cook for Lord Byron's father at the Weepstone Keep. He loves two things, his wife Della and a perfectly cooked meal. Though mostly retired, he's been known to dust off his knives for a feast day. So there I have 5 and I need 6. So Nixon Webb is an elf, but I can't, it's a baker, but I can't select Nixon Webb. Ray Wyatt. Ray Wyatt. I wonder if that's meant to be a reference to Bray Wyatt, the wrestler. It's a blacksmith, a middle-aged dwarven blacksmith, exiled from the capital city of Talesworth for crafting items forbidden by the Guild of Artificers. When asked about his peg leg, the story changes every time. And his future class will be a dwarf. So yeah, this is like old school, the original D&D, where you had dwarf, elf, fighter, magic user, and cleric, I think, were your classes. And then, so let's volunteer with him.
I said I would stick to plows and horseshoes. But I still know how to swing a hammer. I'll go.
All right. So yeah, God, I love the artwork. But everybody here looks just horrible. They have horrible backstories. which is awesome. So now here we go. A journey to the keep.
And so the unlikely party set out for the keep, arriving at the gates just as the evening light began to fail.
That's an old school D&D module right there. Wow. It's like at any moment in this game, you could pick just a frame, and that's like a piece of artwork from the first edition D&D modules. So, movement. WASD controls to move. So look at this. When I go up to here, so that it looks like it has an outer glow of blue. This is a stone statue. So it's 3D. But God, everything just looks hand-drawn, doesn't it? It's amazing. And when I come up here and I look, so there are shadows there. You can see the cross-hatching encroaching back. But then it's like that old cross-hatched look. And you've got, so the torch, that looks like, yeah, that's hand-drawn animation for the torch. And then it's lit up. And you can see, like on the ceiling, the cross-hatching changes. That looks so awesome. So let's see here. It's a stone statue.
One can only assume the formidable visage on this statue is Rahl himself. There seems to be something missing from this statue's hand, as though it's meant to grip an object.
So I'm going to make sure that for those viewing it vertically, you can see the characters at the bottom. But so I'm looking for something. If I try to pull the arm.
The arm seems to be designed to act as a lever, but the mechanism refuses to budge.
Okay. I don't have an item I can use. Search for traps. So I can change the character that's active in the party. Who would be good at finding traps? So some characters are good at things based on their attributes. So if I take a look, so I can see different characters have different abilities. So Della might be better at spotting traps. Sometimes rolls are done in private by the dungeon master, and sometimes you do them. So we click there to continue. So this is a private roll. It says, cleverly concealed within the mechanism is a needle trap, waiting to prick the careless. It's now safely disarmed. So it's possible you could have failed that, but that's all right. So I'm going to do nothing now because I tried pulling it and nothing happened. So if I go over to this one is holding something in his
the
hand.
formidable visage on this statue is Rahl himself. The left hand holds a small shield, while the right hand holds a lion-headed scepter.
So with this one, I can try to pull the
The
arm.
arm seems to be designed to act as a lever and is already in the down position.
Okay. This is the type of thing I would put into my own modules. So what do I see here? I see two statues. I see a door open and a door closed. I see an arm in the down position, an arm in the up position. This one's holding something and this one's not. Now if I love as I go around there. It's not like a 2D object sitting there. But everything looks just if you just took a snapshot, it would look like something straight out of a first edition module. Now here we go. There's a scepter on the ground, so I can pick that up, put that in the inventory, and let's go over and take a look.
One can only assume the formidable
Yeah, we saw that. So now let's use an item. Let's put this into his hand.
The scepter snaps into place with a satisfying click.
All right. So now let's pull the arm. So the arm comes down. All right, there we go. Da, 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 da. All right, so now what do we have? A small healing potion. It restores 1 to 6 hit points. That's good. We'll hold on to that. That's good. I'm gonna take a moment, just take a quick peek at everybody's inventory. All right. Okay, so now let's take a look here. There's a door. Let's try to open it. All right. So again, this looks amazing. You can see the spots that are lit up by the torches. Press M to see the map. All right. Oh my God. Okay. This is This is like an old school D&D map. This is awesome. Yeah. And so if I want to look at the map, I can see myself down there at the very bottom. There's a little arrow of me pointing that way. So I can close that out, and then I go back to normal. But God, that's awesome. All right, let's continue on. So there's a hallway here. There's a hallway that comes down to the end down here. Let's go all the way to the end and see what this one is.
A foul odor pervades this place, a smell so heinous it is beyond description. A sitting board runs the length of the far wall with 3 openings. Despite the buzzing flies, you hear the faintest sound of rushing water. It seems to be coming from the farthest hole.
Farthest hole. So, okay, I'm going to make a call out here. Something that should be in virtually every building, particularly any castle in Dungeons and Dragons, is a restroom. There should be a privy somewhere. And the fact that they actually have one in here, it's awesome. It's awesome. If you're writing dungeons, please put facilities in your dungeons. They ought to be there. Now, they said that the farthest hole, so there's 3 holes here.
Your guts roil. Your eyes water. Whatever faith you have is tested by the putrid fumes that waft from this unholy maw. Shockingly, the latrine is not only quite full, but its contents are surprisingly fresh. A glint of gold sits just out of reach, atop the muck.
A glint of gold sits out of reach atop the muck. Tossing a rock. Oh, wow. All right. Well, we're digging for gold here. Let's see who would be the one to dig for gold. Let's send the kid. Climb it. Oh, this sound is horrible.
Through horrors within, and to your surprise, you retrieve what feels like a ring.
Oh, hey.
You emerge from the hole, smelling foul and feeling quite ill. Let us see if you are poisoned.
Let's see if you're poisoned. All right, roll the die.
Let's just say that you're poisoned.
That's awesome. Oh no, the kid's poisoned. Oh, but we got a ring of regeneration. Heals the wearer for 1d4 hit points when combat ends. Yeah, of course we pick it up. And if the kid's poisoned, let's put the ring on the kid, because heaven forbid we poison him. Maybe it can keep him alive. I don't know. But
your guts roil. Your eyes.
Tossing a rock. Very good. Okay. It didn't make any kind of comment about whether or not... Wait, what did it say?
Your guts roil.
A glint of gold sits just out of reach atop the muck. But it won't let you go in this time. What is this one? Does this one say anything?
As you approach the middle of the tree,
You're blessed by an odor beyond. You have no choice but to back away. Okay. And this one...
Peering into the opening shows a drop that leads out of sight and into absolute darkness, farther than any sane person would attempt to climb, unless, of course, they wished for certain death. You hear the sound of rushing water coming from below.
Tossing a rock. Like 3 seconds. That was a long drop. I don't think I'll go into there. So I know that one of the things that the designer told me at PAX was having characters die is not a bad thing in their view. And you can have other characters that come in. So if your characters die, then there can be benefits to the party based on how the characters die. And he gave me some examples that were kind of hilarious. But I suspect this is one of those things that would be an instant kill. I may come back later and have the character climb down there and take a look. But for right now, let's just keep exploring. I don't see anything else in the room. What do we have here?
This door is wedged shut by the damp and refuses to open despite your best efforts.
Let's see. All right. So looking at, it would be strength that determines whether or not they can tear it down. Let's see if Ray Wyatt can barrel into it. To no avail, taking 1 damage in the process. Oh, all right. Let's try another one. Let's see. I may end up just damaging my entire party. To no avail, taking 1 damage in the process. All right.
Oh!
Starla, the kid. Try Starla. If it doesn't work with Starla, we'll move on. We'll try something else. The sound of splintering wood fills the air as the door bursts open. All right, nice.
Though humble, these quarters were clearly reserved for a captain or leader of the keep's guard. The contents of this room appear mostly untouched over the years, as various papers and a book sit undisturbed upon a wooden desk.
Nice. Various papers and a book. All right, let's take a look here. All right, there's a book here. What's that? Captain's Journal.
My thoughts of late are greatly troubled, and my faith in our Lord falters. That priestess, Lorona, and her jealously guarded activities beneath the keep bring me great concern. If the captain of his lord's guard is not permitted to venture below to the Undercroft, one can only imagine why.
So I like that it's not just text, that they actually have some voiceover in there. That's kind of nice. What's in the chest? A scroll of... Oh, snap. Scroll of lightning. It unleashes a bolt of searing lightning upon its target. All right. So I have no idea, like, who can do magic. Strength, intelligence, wisdom, dex, concept, charisma. This is like old school D&D, because even to the point where, like, in newer D&D, strength, dexterity, con are the physical attributes, so you see those put together. But back in, like, in first edition D&D, you would see it in this order. Intelligence and wisdom would come before dex and con for some reason. But let's see. These are old school saving throws too, like poison and death magic, saving throws versus wands. I forgot about that. Saving throws versus breath weapons. All right. So let me take a quick look at the stats here. So this character's class is a blacksmith. This character is the village idiot. This character is a zealot, a housekeeper, a cook, and a street urchin. So I don't see anything that tells me that the characters have any kind of magic ability. Their alignments are generally associated with chaos and law or neutrality. All right. So okay, but we have a scroll of lightning, so we'll figure out how to go about using that. Let's see what's across the way over here. All right.
Spartan beds and matching foot chests hint at this room's use as a barrack of some kind. The ravages of looters and time have been unkind, leaving it in shambles. A makeshift structure built from bed frames dominates the rear of the chamber.
A makeshift structure in the rear of the chamber. It's always a habit of mine. I want to look behind the door first. Oh, what do we have here? We have weapons. Pick these up. Who can use them? So I've got people equipped with things now. I think I remember from when I played the demo before that you have like a front rank and a back rank. So the people that are up here are in your front rank and the people back here in your back rank. So you've got to have some kind of reach for these people in the back to be able to do anything. Or they have to have spells or something like that. So let's see. This person here, Tatum, has a dagger, so I can give Tatum a better weapon. Starla has a short sword. Ray Wyatt has a hammer. Egbert has a meat cleaver. Della uses a sling. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's a spear. All right. Pick up the spear. And let's take a look. I think, let's see, the spear has a reach within one row. So I can actually put the spear in his hand, and since he's in the back, having the spear lets him attack. All right, cool. And then what's in the chest? A sling. Oh, that's a happy accident. So or maybe this is intentional. So the kid who's a loaded teddy bear, it's filled with metal pellets. All right. So if the kid was up front, I would use the loaded teddy bear, but if the kid's in the back, I can use a sling. And granted, this in part because I've played the demo before. I think there's a combat coming up soon, but I don't remember where. All right. Let's see. Oh,
The sound of
it was sooner than I thought.
disturbs the quiet of the room as small figures burst forth from the haphazard barricade. They brandish crude weapons and seem particularly intent on defending their hideout.
All right. So we roll for initiative first to see who goes first. Let me adjust something here. All right. So it drops dice down, physical dice. It's kind of cool that the dice actually cast shadows, so they're like actually cast into the room. So combat rows. Character using melee weapons can only attack directly in front. Reach weapons like spears can attack 2 rows away, and range weapons can attack at any distance. All right, so for this first character, I'm going to select their weapon. We'll say select the weapon, and we'll attack this guy right up here in the middle. And again, it chucks a die. Looks like I got a hit. Very good. Rolled a 19. Doesn't look like it dealt a lot of damage, but that's all right. But now I think they commented before I can just double click on the character. There we go. So that's a miss, I'm assuming, if I rolled a 6. A modified 6. I prefer to beat up on the same one till that one's done to minimize the number of hits I actually take. That's a lot of damage. That's really good. Very good. All right. And then in the back, I've got characters with slings and spears. So I selected it properly and arranged for it ahead of time, which is good. All right. And it's the same thing here. Very good. There's a hit. Nice. Nice. A lot of damage. All right. So it looks like, from what I'm seeing, I have 3 left. I have 1 over here to the right and then 2 back in the corner. I'll start by targeting this one to the right. Then you can see the die being chucked on there. That's so cool, the way everything is black and white, but then the dice really, really stand out. Let's see. Attack rolls must meet or exceed the defender's armor class in order to hit. So they're taking a moment to kind of explain that to me, I guess, here. All right. And they missed me. Yay. The other goblin is attacking. He missed me as well. Nice. Critical miss. Basic attack. Double-clicking on an in-range enemy is a shortcut for attacking. Okay, that's good. So let's take a moment, and I will go ahead and attack the others. This is cool, though. I love the style. And just everything about this. This is like old school D&D. Nice. I wish... Is there a way... Let me see something. I think there's a way to speed this up. So if I go into the options and I look at the graphics... Here we go. So I can speed up the text speed and the dice speed. So I'm not just waiting for the die roll animation to go. So if you like to place, if you like to see the look of the dice roll, that's fine. The dice rolling, that's fine. But I'd rather just have it go a little bit faster. So let's double click on this. Yeah, that's much faster. That's better. Magic scrolls are a single-use item. Once used, the written spell vanishes. Arcane spell scrolls can only be used by magic users and elves. Divine scrolls are used by clerics. So I must have just gotten a magic scroll. Your party member starts as unskilled level 0 common folk. Their true class and abilities remains dormant until they reach level 1. However, since this character has arcane potential, elf or magic user, they can use arcane scrolls at level 0. So this character is Starla Beverly, is a magic user character. So she has the ability to use a scroll. So if I want to, I have here the lightning scroll and the scroll of magic missile. I'd rather. So it looks like the game has added for me a magic user scroll to the inventory, and it wants me to use it just to kind of get an idea of how magic user scrolls are used. And I don't think I have the option of not using it. So let's use the magic missile scroll. So if I right click and I select use, then I can target the creature over here with it. Boom, lights him up with a magic missile. Yay, victory. So that's cool. That's cool. All right. So now, continue looking through here. There's a lever here. We'll come back and figure that out. There's a chest back here. This is what they were protecting, presumably. Hey, a +1 dagger. All right. She's using a sword. This does D4 +1. So let's look at each of the characters. He's using that. He does D6. His hammer does D4. So it makes sense then to swap the hammer out with the +1 dagger for now, at least. So, all right, there we go. God, I love the look of this. So yeah, again, if we come back into the corner here and just look at this, it looks just like this could have been a scene right out of a first edition module. All right.
A grinding noise, followed by the sound of metal scraping on stone, echoes from deep within the keep.
Okay. Grinding noise from deep within the keep. So that was the captain's quarters over there. So let's take a quick look at the map. And, and again, I love even the detail of having the map on the blue papers is so cool. So I see a little arrow showing me here. There was the captain's quarters. There was the privy, and that's where I got the ring with the regeneration. So there's a passageway that goes down there. And so then, all right, let's take a look. Where do we want to go next?
The party lifts with their combined might, but can do little to move the steel portcullis.
Okay.
There must be another way.
So looks like there's a courtyard out there. So there's the portcullis there. All right, so let's go back here. Check down this passageway. Is there anything over here in the corner? Nothing. All right.
This door is not locked, but it refuses all attempts to open it.
All right, click to continue. So this one didn't have the option of ramming it, but let's
No
give it a listen.
discernible sounds come from beyond the door.
So when I check the characters, I have the option of, I'm going to say do nothing. Let me switch back to the hammer, maybe? Let's see if that might have some effect, because I don't know if using a dagger would necessarily work to knock it down.
This
let's see if
door
I can
is
hammer
not
it down.
locked, but it refuses.
Break
You
it
attack
down.
the door, but failed. You attack the.
I wonder if you can keep doing
You
it.
attack the. You attack the. You attack.
Okay. Nothing. That's fine. Let's continue on. All right. There's another passageway here.
This stately but smaller hall seems to have served as a gallery of sorts. Crumbled detritus of carved busts and toppled plinths lie in shambles across the floor. The only remnants that hint at the original grandeur of this place are the large tapestries that still hang on the opposing walls, dominating the space.
I love that every room, if it has something significant in there, they have box text. This is what you see in the rooms in D&D modules as well. This is awesome.
Before you spans a great mural dominating the entire stretch of wall. A man, most likely Rahl himself, sits astride his great warhorse. He brandishes an outstretched sword at the body of a fallen foe, flanked by his imposing host.
Another one up here. That's glowing blue. Let's see what it is.
Depicted in the mural that spans the length of this side of the hall is the silhouette of a man standing in front of what looks like a calm pool of water. Though at first it appears to be merely a pool in a cavern, the exacting geometric carvings that decorate the hewn stone walls are of unsettling design.
Oh? Yeah, again, box text. It's so perfect, too. So again, and you can see, here's the shader, this is what I was talking about. So as you get close, the cross-hatching fades away, and then you go back and it's lit up again, and then the braziers hanging from the ceiling are lighting up the room. God, I love the look of this. So part of what I'm trying to do, I'm kind of weaving back and forth rather than just walking. I'm trying to capture whether or not the shader is going to show me a door. So right now I'm here. I can see the arrow there pointing that way. So there's stairs going down here, and then there's a passageway that comes back through here. And back here's where the portcullis was, and over here is where the room was with the tapestries on the wall. All right. And so let's take a quick look here. Let's see what's coming up. Oh, I got pushed open by the door. Oh, okay. So I loop back around. This is the room that I started in. Yep. Now let's continue on here. So I came down that way, and so there's two sets of stairs. Okay. So there's stairs here, there's a door here.
This door is locked and won't budge.
Hear a soft chittering.
You hear
followed
a
by
soft chittering, followed by the clatter of metal on stone.
Oh. See, look at that. I could just take a snapshot of that, and that could go right into a first edition D&D module. That's so awesome. Here's some stairs. Let me look at my map again. So this is... I'm here. I just climbed up these stairs. There were stairs here. This is that door that I wasn't able to go in. Okay, so this looped back around. This is where I started. So now, okay, I can go up that passageway there. Okay, that makes sense. So I can go back down here. And if I remember right, I just saw there was a door back here. Yeah, that was the door I just tried to open. And then, what's through here?
The large forge at the center of this room seems long dormant, but the smell of coke and coal still permeates every inch. Crates, barrels, and scattered ashes are scant reminders that this was once the beating heart of the keep. doesn't seem to work here.
It is like a point-and-click adventure. That doesn't seem to work. Let's see. What's over here? So I see a melting pot. I see
You lean
wood.
in, lighting the forge with your
Oh.
torch. It is indeed lit, but only just.
Oh, that looks cool. All right, walk around and see what we see. What is this? The bellows.
The forge begins heating up as you pump the bellows, but the embers remain quite cold.
Can I keep doing it?
As more air pumps into the forge, you begin feeling some heat. The forge is as hot as it's going to get. The heat feels good in this cold, forgotten.
Nice, nice. Ingot. All right.
You've already got one of those.
Oh, okay. So apparently I can't pick up more than one. That's okay. There. Oh,
A filthy, disheveled man holding a knife cowers in the corner while eyeing you cautiously. Makeshift bedding and various personal effects lie in disarray. The smell is pungent.
pungent.
What are you lot doing in here?
I'd ask you the same thing, stranger.
Well, it's been raining of late. Old Krieg needed to get me head dry.
Why not just stay in town?
I'm not welcome in town as such, on account of my, dark past.
We've all got interesting histories, old man. What did you do exactly, or what kind of dark past? No need to explain. Surely it's fine. So I can ask him to join us. This is a long shot, but you're not somehow a ghost or a reincarnation of Ral, right? I think I'll just say this one.
My shame is too great. What can I say? But I've been exiled near on 20 years now. All alone in this world.
So this has, if he's a ghost, there's safety in numbers. You shouldn't be in here alone. Would you like to join our party? This is likely to get us killed, but I like playing the nice character.
Sure. If you'll have old Krieg.
Oh, huzzah! Okay, so we have a party of 7 now. I didn't remember this in the demo. I didn't get too far into the demo when I played it at PAX West, so this is kind of cool. So look at Krieg. He has a rusty dagger, and so at the very least, he can't do anything with that. So I need to put somebody with a sling in the back. So I think let's swap out. Okay, Della and Krieg. So Della's at the very back. And then two slings and a spear. Yeah, he still can't do anything. So let me think about this. What's the best approach to take? Oh, actually, let me move the kid. I want to move that ring up to one of the people up in front, so that they can get a little healing after combat, because the kid seems to be at a pretty safe place back where he is. But so I'm not sure what I'm going to do with Krieg, because Krieg is can't do anything, but having Stella in the back is probably good with the sling. Gives me more range that way. So this looks all caved in. Don't see anything of value there. Nothing there. That's where Krieg was sleeping, apparently. So move characters. So I press C. Yeah, I got that. So if I press C, I can move the characters in the party. I hit move. All right, I'm not going to do that though. So let's keep moving around. me see if I can put this in the... I think I have that ingot. Let me put the ingot in the melting pot and see if it melts. Oh.
As the steel ingot melts, the molten steel flows into the indentation and drains out through a hole. You seem to be missing something.
All right. Can I don't have an ingot anymore. Okay, I can get another one. So they let you have one. They don't, I guess they don't let you get a bunch of them, but you can have one. Let's see, what's up here? So this is where I came. These are the stairs. I don't think I've been in this one yet.
The smith's quarters are Spartan and humble, but must have once been a comfortable respite from the heat and ringing of the forge after a long day's labors.
What's this?
Oh, I'm a daft, blasted idiot. I just can't seem to keep my head on straight anymore these days. 1. Forge the armory key for the 3rd time this year. 2. Finish up Larona's set of fancy daggers.
Lorona.
3. Ask the apothecary about these blasted nightmares.
Lorona, I think that was the name. The captain's the captain of the guard's log mentioned that name too. So, oh, a key mold. Here we go. I can pick up the key mold. So that's a mold. I had the steel that I got earlier. It poured out. Nothing happened. So I think with the mold, I might be able to make a key. So the blacksmith's hammer. Let me look at what is. So Ray Wyatt right now is using a blacksmith's hammer. It does D4. This one does D6 plus 1. That sounds really good. So that looks good. So, again, look at that. It's so awesome. All right. Okay. So now let's see. This is, I came in here. So I think I can put that mold into here. Yeah. Okay. All right. And then put the ingot in here. And I may have to blow the bellows again. Oh, no, it's still hot enough. Okay. So...
As the ingot begins to melt, the steel slowly oozes into the mold. After a few minutes, the newly forged key is just barely cool enough to handle.
Okay. Key. Can I pick up the mold? Yeah, I can pick up the mold. I wonder if I can... Let me see. I wonder if I can get another key. Yeah. Okay. So it actually let me get a couple of keys here. That's nice.
Slowly oozes into the mold. After a few minutes, the newly forged key is just barely cool enough to handle.
Nice. Okay. If I need it, I can come back and get the mold later. But let's see. What do I have here? So I've been up through here. There's a door over here that I wasn't able to open. I wonder if the key goes to it.
This door is locked and won't budge.
Ah.
Your
Oh.
entrance startles the large, scuttling creature that seems to have been nibbling on what remains of an axe blade.
Is it a rust
It
monster?
rears up in surprise, emitting an eerie, chittering noise.
Combat. All right. So he won initiative. Oh, he got a critical hit. So Tatum's Morning Star was destroyed. All right. Ray Wyatt got hit. All right. So now Ray's going to hit with the hammer. That was a good hit. Well, that's a really good hit. Wow. So he doesn't have a weapon now because his weapon was destroyed. So I guess I can hit an unarmed attack, or I can let's grab a let's grab a rusty meat cleaver. All right, so she's gonna attack with her sword. It's good. 7 misses. That sucks. The kid is gonna attack with his sling. 15 hits. Very good. That's a little bit of damage. All right. All right. I'm getting the hang of the combat on this. It's relatively quick and simple. So it seems like the game's going to rely probably just a lot on the story. Oh, he can't attack because he has nothing in range, so I have to skip him, I guess. Oh, yeah, we'll pass him. Let's see if she can finish him off with the sling. It's a good hit. Good damage. Not enough. All right. So he's attacking the guy in the middle. All right. And the meat cleaver's destroyed again. They just keep destroying his weapons. All right. So there's not... Let's see. And, all right, let's equip him with another one. Rusty dagger, +1 dagger. Give him the blacksmith's hammer. Although he can't use it. It does take up his turn to equip the item, so that sucks. But okay. Oh, huzzah! All right.
The earthy smell of rusting metal and leather gone to rot fill this chamber that clearly once served as an armory. Mouldering armor and rusting weapons sit in chaotic piles, strewn without care and long forgotten.
Okay, that makes sense then, that a rust monster was in here in the armory. All right, let's see.
These weapons have been corroded beyond use by the Iron Belly's fetid bile.
So they're called iron bellies instead of rust monsters. Oh, hey, it's a shield. Let's put the shield on the people up front, I guess. All right. A morning star, nice. I think I can give that morning star to him because he lost 2 of his weapons. Yeah. That's good. And then another shield to pick up. I think we can give... I think Starla she is a magic user. She's a caster. I gotta think about that for a second. So it seems like maybe the better thing to do is let's give the kid sling to Starla. Let's move the kid, swap the kid and Starla out. Let's give the kid back his loaded teddy bear and the shield, because that's awesome. He attacks with a loaded teddy bear. She had a sword. D6 +1. He has D6 +1. For hers, let's give her the sling. She has the scroll of lightning she can use later as well if she needs to. He has a spear. And nice, there's another spear. So now I can give Krieg a spear. And now Krieg can reach, so now everybody can attack because Della is in the back with a sling as well. Perfect. Okay. So now, what else? Oh, there's a lever. There's a lever and see.
A grinding noise, followed by the sound of metal scraping on stone, echoes from deep within the keep.
All right. So I've pulled 2 levers now. I pulled one here, and I pulled one over in the room that I think there were goblins attacked us. Alright, so now let's look at my map. So here, I've been to each of those places. There's no... Looks like there's a spot here where there's a door down at the end of the hallway that I might not have been able to get into. Let's take a quick look at that. And... was I able to get in here before?
This door is not locked, but it refuses all attempts to open it.
Wonder if anybody can break it down. Maybe the kid with his...
You attack the door. You attack.
Oh yeah, this is the one I kept trying to attack. Nobody.
You attack.
I don't see anybody with any ability to pick locks or anything like that, so it has me curious about what's behind there. But we'll see. I've pulled all the levers. All right. So this is where there was a portcullis before, and now it's open. So now I can go out here into the yard.
A large, barren courtyard opens before you, complete with mature trees and cobblestone walkways.
God, I love this look.
As you cross the threshold, a sprinkling of pebbles and dust rain down from above.
Jeez.
From atop the towering walls surrounding the courtyard, a group of screeching kobolds vault the parapets and descend upon you.
Nice. All right, and then they land in here for combat. Nice. All right, we roll for initiative. All right, I go first, so let's back this guy in the front. Oh, is that a critical hit? And he's dead. Nice. Critical miss. Get hit on a 10, so they don't have a very high armor class, but I don't know if they necessarily need to. Keep missing. Nice job, Craig. Come on, Craig. All right. All right. Now they're attacking me. It goes so much faster when you speed up that animation, and the die still looks so good. The die rolling on the ground, but then the shadows for the die are crosshatched just like all the other objects in the game. Alright, let's see this guy. I think there are two in the back there. Nice. And then they scoot up to the front when you take out the ones that are in the front. Nice. Back-to-back crits. I got lucky. Attack this guy. He's the last one. A lot of damage. Boom. All right. Huzzah. Yet another victory. All right. So let's look around here. There's a door here.
Despite your best efforts, the door refuses to budge.
Okay, wait a second. Let me bring up my map again. So there's a door here that won't budge. There's a door here that won't budge. It looks like there's another door here. Let's go try that one. Oh. Did I go to the wrong door? I ran up to the front. Okay, cool. That has something big and scary at the end. I'm going to take a moment. I do want to try this one. I'm pretty sure this one's not going to budge too. I think I remember that from the demo.
Despite your best efforts, the door refuses to budge.
Yeah, I think I remember that from PAX. It kind of pushes you right on into here. So the door opened, I come into here. That's a little scary. Look around. I guess have to go face the person down here at the end.
You there? Who are you that dares enter this sacred place?
We come on behalf of the Lord of Weepstone. We would have your name first. We're here on behalf of Rawl. Whom do we address? I'll tell the truth. We're here on behalf of the Lord of Weepstone.
Truly, I'm surprised the ignorant fool still lives.
Oh?
I would see you clearer. Come closer. Now. It would be rude to not introduce myself to guests. I am Laronia, the ever-faithful.
Laronia. That's who the captain had mentioned and who the blacksmith mentioned.
You say you've come on behalf of Byron. How does he fare? Still a craven, I presume?
He's fallen ill, plagued by troubled dreams. You speak of him familiar. That's weird. You speak of him familiarly. Do you know our lord?
I know him well, as he does me. I don't know that he speaks of me often, though.
Sorry, I can't say we've heard of you.
I am untroubled by what fools do not know, but they make such bad company. Time to remedy that.
Okay. Talking smack? Alright. Battle begins. We're in combat now. Okay. Looks like we won initiative. So, what do we want to do? What do I want to do? Let's beat up on the closest skeletons first. But I think I'm going to have my ranged attacks just go straight for her. If not everybody misses. Hit him with the teddy bear. A critical miss. Oh, darn it. Alright. So she can use the scroll of lightning that we got earlier. Let's use this and see if we can target her in the back. I rolled a 1. So not a lot of damage, but it hit. I guess it was kind of a guaranteed hit. So that's one of the nice things about spells is they really can't miss. We're going to try... There we go. Let's take out that side skeleton. Boom. Boom. He's done. All right. Grig. Help us out, man. There you go. Take him down. Oh, yeah. Nice. And see if she can get a hit here. Let's go after her in the back. 11 misses with her. Okay. So she does hold person on Grig. He failed. He's paralyzed for 2 turns. I mean, she's clearly outnumbered here, right? Unless she just tough enough to just crush us. All right. No one left but her. And now she is the front line. I do kind of like that combat's kind of simple. He's held, so I have to pass his turn. Alright, she's damaged. What's she gonna do? She's attacking. She attacks the kid. Near death. Alright. Nice. And she's done. Huzzah. Holy cow. I got 800 experience points off that one.
I must have misinterpreted the omens. Today, he calls for me. It matters not. I am only a servant in his grand designs. It has already begun.
Nice. This looks that art style looks so amazing. Like, once again, I could just take a snapshot of this, throw this into a first edition D&D module, and it would fit right in.
And with that, the spark of life fades from the mad priestess, leaving behind naught but a dead-eyed rictus.
Yeah, there we go. So that's the demo for The Secret of Weepstone. This looks amazing. I have this one wish listed, and here I'll there's a QR code there. It looks like you can hit if you want. But I have the game wish listed. I talked to the designer of the game. We chatted for a good while, and he likes old school D&D. Oh, you know what? Before I drop off of this one, there is one thing I was wanting to do. I want to go back and take a look
Nestled in the
at what happens. I'm going to skip through some of this.
Keep sits the dwindling.
I want to go back and see what happens if you go into the privy.
But things were not always so.
Let's give it a second.
For in times gone, after crossing the mountain, many.
There we go.
But the long to the
All right.
now
Come on.
I was. Good people of Weepstone, he is ready.
Yep. There we go. Yep. We'll volunteer each of them.
It is beyond me to make
I know that
this path has...
Okay.
I chose not to go into that third hole at the privy,
I'm
but
not as young as I once was.
I said
There
I
we
would stick to... I'm always one...
there we go. Got the team. All right.
And so the unlikely party set out for the keep, arriving at the gates just as the evening light began to fail.
This transition is so awesome. Yeah, it just segues right into there. And you walk right in. That's so cool. God, that looks so cool. All right. So I'm going to go through here. I think it was down over here to the west. And they let me look at the map. There we go. And then come over here to the west. I wanted to see what happens when you get down the end of the hallway here at the privy. You go into the first hole, and there's a ring inside. But then
Foul odor pervades this place, a smell so heinous it is beyond description. A sitting board runs the length of the far wall with 3 openings. Despite the buzzing flies, you hear the faintest sound of rushing water that seems to be coming from the farthest hole.
all right. So rushing water from the farthest hole. Let's see. If I look in this toilet,
As you approach the middle latrine, you are blasted by an odor beyond words. You have no choice but to back away.
so go to this one.
Your guts roil. Your eyes water. Whatever faith you have is tested by the putrid fumes that waft from this unholy maw. Shockingly, the latrine is not only quite full, but its contents are surprisingly fresh. A glint of gold sits just out of reach, atop the muck.
There's gold in the privy. So we'll have the kid climb in. Oh, sounds awful.
You sift blindly through horrors within, and to your surprise, you retrieve what feels like a ring.
Nice.
You emerge from the hole, smelling foul and feeling quite ill. Let us see if you are poisoned.
Nice.
Let's just say that you're poisoned.
That's hilarious. So they said that there was rushing water from the third one. You can hear it up there too.
Peering into the opening shows a drop that leads out of sight and into absolute darkness, farther than any sane person would attempt to climb, unless, of course, they wished for certain death. You hear the sound of rushing water coming from below.
Let's have Tatum toss a rock in. Climb in. Let's see what's down there. Oh.
The party calls down in desperation, but they receive no reply.
Rest in peace. Plunge 70 yards into the subterranean river. Untimely death is not unusual in the lands of Weepstone, and believe it or not, it's not all bad. When the people of Weepstone die, they convey otherworldly boons called mortal favors upon their friends and loved ones. Each character has a unique mortal favor. They vary wildly, and little is known of their origin or cause. So, omniscience. In Tatum's last moment, his allies feel their perception supernaturally expand in an instant. Boundless knowledge bursts forth like a torch burning away an inky darkness. All secret rolls are now rolled visibly, and adjacent rooms are mapped through walls. Oh, nice. So that's so okay. That's got me curious. So now I can see right here that Tatum is dead. Now this door, if I remember right,
This door is wedged shut by the damp and refuses to open despite your best efforts.
okay, this door was wedged shut. We could barely use Tatum's corpse as a battering ram. That's
Though
awesome.
humble, these quarters were clearly reserved for a captain or leader of the keep's guard. The contents of this room appear mostly untouched over the years, as various papers and a book sit undisturbed upon a wooden desk.
So if I look at the map here, so I can see, yeah, I see the room that I'm in now. But I'm going to see if there were some doors that I wasn't able to open earlier. I'm curious if I can use Tatum's corpse as a battering ram for all of them now. All right, I got the Scroll of Lightning. That's cool. And I looked at that. I'm not going to review that one right now because I looked at it earlier. But,
Spartan Bear.
yep. I'm going to grab these. I'm actually not going to... I'm not going to go through the whole thing of fighting these guys right now. I'd rather just continue on. But what I'm curious about is whether or not some of the characters or some of the doors that I wasn't able to open before, if I can open them now using the corpse as a battering ram, because that's hilarious that's even an option. Wooden door.
This door is not locked, but it refuses all the...
Break
You
it down.
attack the door, but fail to...
All right. Yeah, this is the one. I was able to attack it multiple times. But here's the thing. Now, I have that ability with Tatum now. So I can now see that there's a room over there. So that's cool. So since Tatum died, I have that ability. And I think with each different character, there's different abilities that they give you. One of the things that the developer at the convention said was something like if you try to ram a door, the door can deal damage to you. And if you die from the door dealing damage to you, you gain some ability to open doors as a result of it. So the way you die can affect what you have going forward. I don't know if that's going to be in the final game, but again, that's something I found was kind of cool. So cool. I just wanted to go back and see how they went about that. The fact that they had used Tatum's court as a battering
This
ram was
stately but
pretty
smaller
awesome.
hall seems to have
so
served as a
I'm
gap.
going to go ahead and stop here, though, because I think I'm at a good stopping point. But yeah, I'd say, get in there, play this game, pick up the demo, wishlist it. If you like D&D, if you like old school D&D, get in there and play it. I think you'll like it. This one was, I love what I'm seeing with this. So yeah, this game is called The Secret of Weepstone. So there it is. And all right. So I'll be back in a little bit. I'm gonna take a short break, and then I'll go ahead and cut over and I'm gonna play some Guild Wars tonight. Not sure what I'm planning to do in Guild Wars, but we'll see. But I'm gonna take a short break. But yeah, if you get a chance, get in there, pick this game up. It's good fun. Or pick up this demo. It's good fun. I think you'll like it. The art style is amazing. Reminds me of old school D&D. So I'll be back in a bit. I said I do need to adjust that timer, get rid of the timer, and just say, hey, I'm taking a break. I'll be back soon because uh, I often find 5 minutes just isn't quite enough. That's all right. That's all right. Let me see something here. I'm just checking. I want to make sure that everything is working the way I want it to. And all right, there we go. So, all right. So tonight we did the Secret of Weepstone. You know what? This is going to irk me because I forgot to check it ahead of time. I want to make sure I'm not saying the game incorrectly. Secret of Weepstone. Okay, not Weepstone Keep is within it, but the game is Secret of Weepstone. So let's bring up Guild Wars. I'm kind of excited because I'm trying something a little bit new in terms of how I manage my my Guild Wars game on the stream, particularly the vertical stream. So let's see. Let me make a quick adjustment there. There we go. And I think I'm going to do some pre-searing. I was blown away yesterday when I discovered that, in pre-searing, you can do up to 4 characters at a time. And now for those who are watching on my YouTube stream, I've actually arranged to have the video. It looks a little bit better right now. I'm able to pull the map into the vertical screen and have my skills lined up nicely across the bottom. So I've done the Vanguard quest for the day, but I wanted to just take a look and see if people are wanting to get in and just get in and do some play. So let's see here. I will. Oh, there we go. I'm going to let the person in the group know. I've done today's, but I'm happy to join and help because I enjoy that, getting in, helping people out. Want to wait for 4 people. We can go now if you like. I'm pretty sure the 2 of us can stomp what they have here. All right, let's see. I think someone's saying join us. Let's see. They're looking for partner for DPS. Let's see. People are selling stuff. Yeah. I figure going in, taking a little bit of time, helping some people out in getting what they need it's a nice way to start each game session. Get in and just help some other people. So let's see. They're trying to get the party set up. Okay, there we go. Looks like they're ready to go. So he's a necromancer. Looks like he has a pet named Horror. And all right, I'll zoom out there a bit to make things a little bit easier to see. But yeah, we're going to go on north of the wall. I've already done. Oh shoot, I have attribute points that I can spend. Let's put them into. I have 19. Let's go one. I think he's going up to the top to pull the lever. Let's go ahead and put it into expertise and beast mastery. I think that'll be good. I need to get myself an expertise rune soon. All right, there we go. And we're off. I'll bring up my imp because it's going to be a higher level one. All right. All right, yeah, he's wanting to animate some dead there. That's good. I think he's wanting to knock these guys in the back out here by Pike and Square, knock them out first. And then once they're taken down, then that actually gives him several pets to work with. I usually like to go get the other ones and swing back and do the Pike and ones last, but I guess this makes sense if he's wanting to just quickly get through the run, do a little bit of char farming, and then have that be the end of it. Oh. Oh, he's getting some more bodies to bring in. We're going to have so many pets on this one. It's going to be crazy. All right. Let's go right up here to the edge and max this out. Not a problem. There we go. There we go. Fight these guys up and we're done. Just target him and hit the space bar. I can run toward him and don't have to track it too much. Let him lead the way. All right. Yeah, that's looking good. That's looking good. All right. Oh. Oh. He was just wanting to run around him. He doesn't even want to mess with those guys. That's funny. He wants to fight him up here. Let them come to us. All right, that's fine. We can do that. Take out the shaman first. Yeah. As it is with just 2 characters at this level in pre-searing, we crush them. It's crazy that they've got 4 in there now. I'm wondering what the thought process was behind that. Maybe just they find people enjoy pre-searing enough that they want them to run around and engage, or it could be that they have some new things that are coming in Reforged, and if they do, that'll be kind of exciting to see. I'd be fascinated to see what they come up with there. Oh, dude, I hope you don't die. What are you doing? Okay, yeah, run away. Come after me. Get yourself. All right, there we go. We'll take the champion down. Yeah, that was close, pal. Take a moment, heal yourself up. That's what I'm going to do. All right. I didn't bring a resurrection signet with me, so if you're not healing yourself up, I don't know how much good it's going to do you. All right. There we go. There we go. Hey, we get some fruitcakes. That's nice. For the holiday season. All right. Is he wanting to engage with these guys? All right. I want to take down that fire caller first. Those are the worst. All right. Shoot, 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 shoot. Oh, God dang it. Nice. We're gonna have to take out the bosses again so that his resurrection signet can get recharged, because I don't have one with me. So this guy's not mucking about. He wants to go straight for the baddies. All right, that's okay. I'll help you where I can. Come on. There we go. Now we'll take down the champion. There we go. Gotcha. All right. Now, how are you wanting to go about this? I'm not used to swinging down around that way. I'm used to coming up just straight up through here. So, all right. There we go. Took me a moment to get my bearing. Oh, there we go. There's a blade storm. All right. He wants to attack the blade storm here. I kind of like this approach because it does generally capture these guys, pulls them up from the side. We're not getting swamped with guys here. I know that the people that are part of the Vanguard quest, those guys can dogpile you sometimes, particularly those champions at this level. But there we go, took them down. All right, now what's next? Char hides, those are always good. Collect those. I think those are items that we can get for like Nick for like Gift to the Huntsman. All right. Take down the hunter. Boom. That ability coupled with the ignite arrow is so good when you get a big group together. The double arrows coupled with the ignite arrow just lights them up. Boom. All right. I love when you get a good shot there. It gives you that thump sound. It's so satisfying. Nope. All right. His signet got recharged, so that's good. I don't have mine with me, so hopefully he doesn't die, because if he does, then we're going to have to figure something else out. I'll have to run off and die so that we can go back and get resurrected. Hey, a smiting rod. There ain't nothing wrong with that. All right. Grab some candy cane shards. Very good. Very good. There we go. Yeah, he's getting some more pets. That's always nice. He's wanting to run around the backside to hit them. That's fine. I don't mind that. I'll do my ignite arrow in just a moment. Doggone it. I keep moving. It's annoying that if you move just a tiny bit when you're doing that preparation, the preparation breaks. There we go. There we go. All right. I'll let you lead the way. Where you want to go next? I will follow along. So this is kind of nice. If you are watching on your screen, that's fine. I encourage you to do so. But if you have a phone and you want to bring up my YouTube channel, it's the same channel name, Why Games Matter. You can see I did something I'm kind of proud of. I got a layout that allows me to keep the map, my skills, my hit points, and such all arranged nicely. Why isn't that? Oh, because I don't have anything targeted. Did I lose track of him? There we go. It has them arranged nicely in a way that lends itself well to the vertical format, and I'm generally pretty happy with it. I think this is something I'm going to do more often. Is when I have any kind of game that I'm playing, if I want to be able to create shorts, being able to have the presentation, a nice presentation of those shorts, of the gameplay for a vertical format. I think it'll be good. So, all right, what do we have here? Lead the way, pal. I'll come with you. I see. He wants to go around the backside here. All right. Gotcha. All right. Now that stalker, I'm going to step back here, let them fight him whilst I heal myself up. There we go. All right. It looks like he wants to go back around the front side. That's kind of surprising that he's not going around the back to get that last group, but he wants to get this one first, apparently. That's okay. Cool. It's good to see people on this evening. I'm in pre-searing, doing a little bit. I'm helping somebody else out, though I don't know that he needs much. He's a level 17 necromancer, but I'm helping him with his daily Vanguard quest. I just got clocked in. I was playing some Secret of Weepstone earlier, which if you haven't played it, I recommend go pick up that demo. It's pretty fun. It's a silly little game, but it has an art style that's absolutely incredible. It's like some old school first edition D&D. Nope. There we go. Had a hiccup with the sound there. And I'm keeping the champion back here whilst he's going up and fighting. He's going up and fighting everybody else up there. And now all of our pets are combining to take this guy down. There we go. Nice. All right. Where do you want to go to from here, pal? I think he might be animating some more pets. Oh. Oh, that's just it. He just dropped off. Okay, that's fine. That's funny. He just left the bone horrors for me to kill. I don't mind. I'll take him down. I don't think I gain any XP for that. Actually, I'm going to call that out. Let's see. Your bone horrors attacked me after you left. Oh, that's fine. He dropped off. That's got to be frustrating for somebody that's lower level to have someone leave and their bone horrors come in and attack them right afterward. I was able to handle it okay, but good lord. All right, what's this? Boom. Take him down. You know what? That's weird, though, because I feel like he must have just dropped off for the night. But I feel like there was still another group back there that he didn't finish off. I'm not going to be able to continue doing these for much longer because I want to keep this character forever at level 19 so that I can keep the imp with me at all times. And right now I'm up to level 18 and making progress. So once I hit 19, I want to stop doing these quests. The only thing I want to do is go north of the wall for just basic char boss farming. And I may use this character to periodically come in, bring in some new people, like get some people that are like level 5, level 6, or more importantly, get people who are level 8 and 9, help them build their way up to being able to get level 10 so they can start getting those Vanguard quests done. So good to see you this evening. So in fact, that's something I often encourage people to do. Like if you're playing Guild Wars, if you go in, when you first start out any session, if you have a pre-searing character, especially one that's already doing the Vanguard quest, or if you have one that's reached level 20 in pre-searing, if you can get in there and help other people hit level 10, that's a huge milestone. Being able to get those Vanguard quests so that they can start seriously leveling is a big deal. Or it's a big deal for them. And so particularly for newer players, if you can give them the opportunity to do that, it's always a nice thing. So let's got another purple item. That's always nice. And they are still dropping purple items. There are 2 more sets that I can think of char that are on here. I may go knock them out and then go into post-searing and see what else there is. Or I may just stick around and see if I can identify some groups back in Ascalon City that are looking to do some stuff in pre-searing. It's a nice thing helping people out. Every once in a while, there'll be a quest that comes up that somebody's struggling with, and it feels good when you can just go through and just help them just stomp it. Then it gets them over a hump, and it makes the game just generally enjoyable for most people. And let's see here. I think there are 2 down at the end here, and then when I go back, there are 2 that are down at the hill next to the destroyer corpse. All right. Char Shaman. There we go. Let my pets catch up with me. There we go. That sound of the ignite arrow from the Char Hunter, it always sounds so brutal. Let me check something real quick here. There we go. All right, got some fruit cakes and some char hides. I don't need the shaman guard, but I do need to. We'll start running over that way now. And let me check something real quick here. I had the Discord server up earlier. I was looking to see. I posted the video of capturing a black bear in pre-searing, and I'm hoping that people find that useful. It's something that I enjoyed doing. It was nice getting it up there. Let's see. Yeah. The process took me forever. It took me an hour to get in there and actually capture the bear. But let's see. Oop. All right. Some people are finding it useful. That's good. That's good. That's always what I like to see. I got a few thumbs up on it, and we'll take this guy down. There we go. And there's a group that should be sitting right down here next to that Destroyer Husk. There we go. Take the shaman down first. Pro tip, always take the healer down first in this game. There we go. All right. Okay, so we took them out. And I guess those were that was the last one. I don't know why, I thought there was another group out there in the back. But it looks like there's an iris flower up here. Go ahead and pick that up, and then we can move on to back to Ascalon City and see if anybody needs help. All right. Let's see. Looking for group to help people below level 10 across the wall. Let's see. Level 18 ranger. Looking for group to help people below level 10 across the wall. And let's, oh, doggone it. That's meant to go to everybody, not just, there we go. Let's see if people offer to join. If they do, then I'll be able to get a chance. Let's see, looking for group, one more char hunt. Join. Oh, he's in District 4. All right. Let's take a look. If you let me, I will join you. There we go. Oh, yeah, there we go. They're looking to go across. I'm ready to go whenever you are. All right, there we go. It's a group of 4. Even at lower level, these guys are like level 7 and 9. Even at lower level, these guys should be able to just crush the char across the wall. I'll let them know. I'll grab the lever. There we go. Go on through, guys. There we go. Make sure I have my imp ready so that when we get through, it's my imp and not theirs that's getting summoned. Yay, there we go. You're getting your red iris flowers to start getting your good gear from Nick. That's cool. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Let these guys get some. Let them get some of their butt kickings in. All right. Who? I want the shaman first. Then the choked, and then we'll take up the melee guys last. There we go. All right. So we'll take just a moment, let them come to us. There we go. Should be a shaman among them. There we go. I want to take that one down. Come on, buddy. Get in here. Light him up. Light him up. Oh, yeah. Nice. That's crazy. They had 2 shamans among them, and it's still, they did nothing. I remember back when this was like a particularly difficult part of the game. And I remember being amazed by the people who were able to just go in and just crush them. And now I get to be that person, so that's kind of cool. All right. Grab that. Hunter. Take the hunter down. All right. There we go. Draw them up the hill. Hey, it's the holiday season. I'm starting to pick up snowman summoners. That's cool. Oh yeah, there's a nice tightly bundled group down there. Light them up. See, with those groups like Ignite Arrow or like the Firestorm, when they get tightly bundled in like that, it's so nice. What's nice is having enough characters that they can split up the attention of the baddies through there. There we go. Nice. All right, I think there's a few more. It's going to be coming up through there, so I may have to readjust my settings on here. Boom, gotcha. Come on up. Oh, these guys are just crushing them. They barely even need me. I guess I can help a little bit, but not much. All right, let's see. We want to take this guy over here. Let's charge it up. Light him up. Boom. All right. Take him down. Very good. Very good. Hey! Congrats. Someone leveled up. The Elementalist reached level 10. Nice. Love seeing that. Got a snowman summoner. That's good. And a fruit cake. That's really good. All right. Yeah, I mean, that's... one of the things I generally like about this community is people generally help each other. Every once in a while, I've come across someone who's kind of a jerk, who just like, if they didn't like the price that you were asking for when you're in Camadon trying to do your trades, like you're asking too much or you're asking too little, and they get a little bit abusive in chat. It's so rare. Like I report that when it happens, but I think, I think in the time I've been playing this since 2006, I think I've reported like 2 people, and it's just because they were just excessively abusive, and they actually, like, over the course of multiple days, decided to keep contacting me about some trade. It's like, come on. But beyond that, for the most part, this community is great. They're really nice. And there we go. Fantastic. They finally came in. I was waiting for this. So I've noticed that since I started streaming, I get people that come in trying to sell me chatbot services. And I just thought today that I finally got over a hump and I wouldn't have, and maybe they weren't going to be contacting me anymore. Maybe, just maybe, I had enough viewers, enough followers that they wouldn't advertise their chatbots. But no, they're here. So I guess it's good to see you, whatever the heck that name is, and for whatever the name of that chatbot service is. I don't want to say the name of the chatbot service because that might be advertising something illegal, and I don't want to be advertising it. But and they're by the end of this time, they're going to have deleted. By the end of the show, they will have deleted the message, and they'll be back tomorrow, as always. But yeah, it's always hilarious to me the quantity of chatbot advertisements I see on here. So let's see. We'll run over to here. Let's knock these guys out real quick, and then we'll run down to the end of the bridge and knock them out. And hopefully these guys got a fair bit of experience. Let's see. Level 10 is 4%. Look at that. You got 4% already. Level 7, 86%. You're almost there. Almost there. Let's get you there. Let's crush these guys. Nice, nice. All right, they're coming along. They're getting there. They're getting there. All right, let's do this. Knock this out. Cool. There we go. There we go. Yeah. This is fun. It's funny because sometimes in game, I've seen people like really get hung up on the builds that other people bring. It's like, oh, we're doing this run. All right, you mind if I join in? Sure, but you know, I don't like the build that you've got. And when you get in there, you need to be healing this person and focusing on this. All right, you guys go ahead. I'm not. I'm interested in trying things. I'm not interested in necessarily doing a super speed run through a lot of the stages. And in this game, one of the things I love about Guild Wars is it's not super dependent on you getting all the best items. Like for the most part, you hit level 20 stupid fast. Like you hit it ridiculously fast. That's your maximum level. Then it's just a matter of finding skills. And then it's a matter of customizing your character to the style of play that you enjoy. So I like Beastmaster builds. And so having that, you know, having my character customized to Beastmaster builds is good fun. It's a good time. And some people get annoyed in certain situations. Like I can see where it can be annoying having a let's see, is that, yeah, it can be annoying, you know, having a pet going off and pulling aggro, and you got to be careful. You have to manage that, right? And if it's something, if we're doing a run where we're pulling aggro is a real problem, I'll switch over to like a trap build or a bow focused build. But for the most part, with most of the runs that I do, with most of the runs I do, I find the Beastmaster works really well. Having a nice tank that I can heal that has no death penalty, that I can resurrect with no death penalty, works exceptionally well. It's good fun. It's good fun. It's a good time. Here we go. Let's get in there, knock these guys out, crush them. We'll run back, we'll run down the hill, crush the next group. Then we can go back out front. There we go. I have my 13, almost 14 elements. They have to restart because of the update. That's weird. Why'd you have to restart? Oh, get the alpha badges for the new content. So apparently they're badges that you can get for new content? I'll have to look into that. I wasn't aware of it. Okay, that's what they were talking about with Pike and Square. Can new characters go to Piken? Let's see. Only new characters. Yeah, you select the red badge though. At character creation. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay. I might have to try it. Might have to give it a try and just see what this new Piken area, Piken place is. Yeah. So, okay. So now I understand. So I guess there's a place where new characters can choose a badge that allows them to go to the new Piken Square. And so, okay, nice, nice. I'm interested to see what that looks like and what you have there. So I might make a new character at some point and head on over there. And then I don't know if I want to have 3 pre-searing characters, though. I'll have to figure that out. I have too many Rangers as it is. I don't want to lose any of them because you get the birthday benefit of continuing to have them. But, oh, let me get my pet up here. Boom. Let's see. Yeah. I'm all pink. I don't need any pink dyes. All right. There we go. Shaman, take that one down first. Very good. Very good. So that's exciting. I'm interested to see what that. I know that there was all this talk about Pike and Square, but I didn't know what the context of it was. So it's kind of cool to see that they're stacking up. They're adding more and more stuff into the game. I mean, this is an old game. It's almost coming up on 20 years old. So it's cool. I'm really actually happy to see that. I'm interested to see what they continue to add in Reforged. See if they actually add some additional pre-searing content. It would be kind of cool if there was just like an entire world in pre-searing that you could explore and complete things with that would affect post-searing, but that wouldn't necessarily be. That would keep kind of that specialness of pre-searing. I like that one-way thing. You know, the aspect where in pre-searing you have characters that weaker items are still pretty strong. Like, I know if you have the bonus items, you can always just use those, and once you get your character leveled up and you can use those bonus items, you kind of dominate this area. But yeah, it's cool having a place where weaker stuff can still be good. It reminds me of Adventurers League in Dungeons and Dragons was using seasonality at one point, and a lot of people didn't like the idea. I thought it was great if they implemented it the way Diablo 2 implemented their ladder, where you had a current season and then you had previous seasons, and all like at the end of the current season, everybody rolled back to previous. We use seasonality, sort of. Actually, not sort of. We actually did use it during season 10 when they were doing the Rime of the Frost Maiden storyline. And it was, I'll tell you what, it was really cool when you found a Trident +2 and that Trident +2 was actually powerful, or when you got a necklace of prayer beads that only had a like 2 blessings and 3 healing beads, like not particularly strong, but so there's no wind walks or greater restorations or anything like that, but it was strong enough. And since it was in a closed environment and you didn't have all of these super overpowered, highly tuned Adventurers League characters, it felt really good when you got one of those items. So in pre-searing, it's like that too. Like, it feels really good when you get certain items, and especially when you can actually equip those items to your gear. So I'm kind of interested to see what additional pre-searing content they have, but I hope that they preserve this area of the game that's kind of untouched by all of the super optimization of post-searing. Like, playing Guild Wars it's almost exactly like playing Adventurers League D&D. And in fact, if you haven't played Adventurers League D&D, I encourage you to do it, because you may find that you like that style of play. It's nice having, there's kind of a wall of protection around your character, in the sense that in Adventurers League D&D, the Dungeon Master has say over everything in the world, but the Dungeon Master has no say over your character. So if I want to make a character that's a cleric, druid, sorcerer, warlock, I don't have to justify to my DM the backstory behind how the character got there. The character's just there. And then, but then the DM runs the modules, runs the adventures. And so you have kind of an ownership and an agency over your character. And the concept of, well, if I was the DM, I wouldn't allow my players to do that. That's not a thing. Then they just go play at somebody else's table and they take the character with them. So I encourage people to try Adventures League because it's a lot like playing like a Guild Wars. In fact, in many instances, you can respec your characters similar to the way you do in Guild Wars. So it's like, if I don't like the way the character is built, I don't have to like permanently accept the consequences of that decision. I can try something else. So all those, it's kind of cool because all those theory craft builds that you often get to see people talk about in Dungeons and Dragons, you actually get to do them in Adventurers League. So like the speedster build, I've had a few speedster characters, or the character that has the Sentinel Polearm Master combo, or whatever combos you want to try. In Adventurers League, you can try them out. You have constraints on the number of magic items you can use, but for the most part, you can get in there and build the character that is optimized for what you want to do. So I love playing the speedster grappler who can run up really fast, grapple a character, and just drag them away. And yeah, it's an enjoyable experience. And the other thing I like about it is people play generally using rules as written. So you don't have DMs coming in and homebrewing up a bunch of rules and saying, well, I don't allow that ability to be used in that way, even though the rules say that it can. It's like, no, for the most part, people follow the rules. They hold to the rules. And in fact, I've seen many instances where somebody goes to do something and it's not the DM saying, the rules actually don't allow that. It's other players, because players are respectful of the integrity of their game experience, and they don't want, a deviation from the rules as written, screwing it up for them. So there's just there's a trust, and also there's a really, really strong knowledge. Like when you have an environment where the players can feel free and feel open to correct the DM on a mistake, like if there's an interpretation that's not quite right, and a player goes to do something that's, the rules don't allow for that, somebody corrects it, the DM will often be relieved that, oh, okay, they're correcting that, and they found that, it was wrong. So the DM of course, the DM is empowered. Sometimes there'll be an instance where the DM makes a call that may not be exactly right for rules as written. Usually where that happens is when it's ambiguous, like the rules aren't completely clear on this, but in order to move us forward, I'm going to rule it this way. And that's how we'll play it, at least for the remainder of the session, if not forever. But the cool thing is, in that environment, I find often DMs do not tend to have a my way or the highway approach to their gameplay. They actually are thoughtful about saying, okay, yeah, that's good. All right, I just want to make sure that my sound wasn't too high. It might be, doggone it, I might have been sitting here talking over this. People have been coming and going. I've noticed like my viewers come in and leave and then come in and leave. And I'm thinking it might be because I had the background volume set up a little bit too high. I'll take a moment and check that here real quick. One moment. Okay. It turns out it sounded fine. Not a problem. I was a little worried there, a little worried that I was blasting out the sound of the game and that you wouldn't be able to hear my melodious voice. Oh, okay. Here we go. I see somebody has come in and is, it's good to see you, Harmon Mike. Someone has come in and thrown a heart in there. Let's see. There we go. There we go. There we go. I think everybody's going to try resigning. Yeah, we were defeated. And we go back to Ascalon City. There we go. All right, there we go. Cool, cool. That was a good time. That was a good time. And so taking a look, it is 9:40. I think I'm about to tap out for the evening. And so it was good to see the people who came on. I always encourage when you come on, when you join the game, feel free to jump into chat and chat with me. I try to keep the chat open and speak with people. I even comment on the inappropriate bots that come in trying to sell me view bots. Yeah, I would say hop into the chat. And if you ever feel like hopping into the game, you can usually see my characters' names up there. If there are any characters that you'd like to, if you ever like to join in with a run with me or a raid or anything like that, just contact me in game. I've had a few instances in the past where people have contacted me in game. It's been good fun. So, all right. Thank you. Take it easy and have a great night. And I will see you all in the future, probably tomorrow night. I expect to be on tomorrow night. I may be doing I need to do some tweaking. I need to take some D&D characters from 2014 rules up to 2024 rules. And in the process of doing that, I may go through and do a walkthrough of a few of my builds, just to see if people like that kind of thing. And if you do, I'll post more of those. Anyway, thank you. Have a great night, and I'll see you all tomorrow.